can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth,
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the
Recording in progress.
heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on yoga and meditation episode.
So quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on yoga and meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on yoga and meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on yoga and meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on yoga and meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and
Thank you for the game.
walk right into a new start.
Please tell me I'm back in the middle.
7,
I
6,
feel like he's not really.
5, 4,
Actually, pretty decent lobby.
2, 1.
Oh, really? Is there no sense?
Global Namaste to everyone on Healing Our
Yeah,
Earth.
let me
We welcome all of you to this beautiful,
I got-
lovely 104th event at Healing Our Earth. Let us all begin with a prayer invoking the divinity. And today, as we all know, we are having this special topic on yoga and meditation. And for that, indeed, we need a guru. And the supreme master, the overall master, the supreme guru is none other than the Almighty. So let us invoke, and this is called the Guru Stotram in praise of our Guru. So I'll begin with 3 Om, and then I'll start the mantras. Om. 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 अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः स्थावरं जङ्गमं व्याप्तं यत्किञ्चित् सचराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः चिन्मयं व्यापि यत् सर्वं त्रैलोक्यं सचराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः सर्वश्रुति शिरोरत्ना विराजित पदाम्बुजः वेदान्ताम्बुजसूर्यो यः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः चैतन्य शाश्वतः शान्तो व्योमातीतो निरञ्जनः बिन्दुनादः कलातीतः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ज्ञानशक्ति समारूढः तत्त्वमाला विभूषितः भुक्तिमुक्ति प्रदाता च तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अनेक जन्म सम्प्राप्त कर्मबन्ध विदाहिने आत्मज्ञान प्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः शोषणं भवसिन्धुश्च ज्ञापनं सारसम्पदः गुरोः पादोदकं सम्यक् तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः न गुरोरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरोरधिकं तपः तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथः मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः गुरुरादिरनादिश्च गुरुः परमदैवतम् गुरो परतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव ॐ श्री सद्गुरवे नमः Guru is the mother, Guru is the father, Guru is the companion, the partner, Guru is the friend, Guru is the Gyan, the Vidya, the knowledge, Guru is the wealth. And to the Guru, we surrender ourselves. Today, we are going to meet so many such Gurus who are going to share with us their ocean of knowledge regarding meditation and yoga. And To all our viewers, this is the 104th event at Healing Our Earth. And especially we bring out peace, love, harmony, and absolutely good health in this very difficult period of coronavirus. So we Healing Our Earth will bring out to you these beautiful, positive, energetic, and very vibrant vibes so that we strengthen ourselves through yoga, through meditation, and many other more techniques that will help us today. And I'd also like to welcome all our French viewers. Alors, tout le monde qui nous regarde des pays francophones, je vous dis un très bonsoir, bonjour, bon après-midi et on vous souhaite la bienvenue sur Healing Our Earth pour la 104e événement qui se déroule en ce moment, aujourd'hui, dimanche. Today, yes. And without any delay, I'd like to invite our very, very first beautiful lady all the way from India. And she is Deepal Modi. Before I share the screen to Deepal Modi, I'd like to say a few words about her so that we all know who is this wonderful lady. All right. So Deepal Modi is from Mumbai, India. She is a highly experienced and globally certified yoga teacher with more than a decade of teaching experience. She has learned yoga from different yoga schools across India, thereby specializing in teaching various different techniques and methods. She is certified as a master teacher and evaluator from the Ayush Ministry, Government of India. She has taught yoga from 3-year-old toddlers to 80-year-old senior citizens. With her warm and caring nature, she has helped many people getting better and healthier, and we also maybe will learn a lot more. Definitely we are going to. And in this session, Deepal will be talking about the causes of pain and sufferings in their root cause, how it can be reduced, also how to handle it with the help of right yogic techniques, followed by practical demonstration of the same. And also you can follow Deepal on her Facebook page as well as on the website. So Deepal ji, a global namaste to you.
Global namaste to everyone. Global namaste to you too. Thank you so much for a lovely, beautiful prayer in the beginning.
Thank you.
It really, it was an amazing feeling, and thank you so much for the beautiful prayer. It's the
With
best
pleasure.
way to start.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and also today we are having this beautiful yoga session and meditation session, and we have seen so much of this beautiful talents. You're a very talented lady, I must say.
Thank you. Thank you for all so much compliment, gratitude to everyone, gratitude to my gurus, and gratitude to Almighty who has given me this power to help others, heal others. And yeah, that's the motto of our channel as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the best way to connect with everyone.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yes. So tell us a bit more what you're going to show. I'm sure you're going to tell us about the causes of pain and suffering and how to deal with that. So this sounds very interesting. We are all very eager and keen to know what is all this about and how can we maybe reduce our pain. Is that it through your yoga and meditation?
Yes, absolutely. So yoga is given by the Adi Guru itself. So it's a technique where just we take it as a physical being or just a physical, actions. But yoga is just not physical; it's more with the mental. So all these topics I'll be talking about. I'll be talking about the yogic techniques which is given by the Guru Maharshi Patanjali. So hundreds of years ago, in the thousands of years ago, where we are not aware of things. He's the best psychologist. He was the most bestest psychologist who had introduced these things, the causes of pain and suffering. So he studied everything about the personality and the characteristics. So we humans are actually in this world, we emanate from two things, the personality and the characteristics. So personality is something that we are born with, the genetic makeup or
Yeah.
whatever we are born with, which cannot be
Right.
much altered. But
Mhm.
the characters, we develop characters to bhavas, gunas, sanskaras that we build up when we come across our life, across our
Definitely.
lifespan, and that thought that develops our thoughts, and that thought become our behavior, and we
Yes.
never realize, we just don't
Mm.
realize that that is causing pain. There are these characters, our characteristics are imbibed things, are
Mhm.
the causes of pain and suffering.
Mhm. Yeah.
So which, and these are deeply rooted, and if we just get out of these basic pains, we get aware of these things, we immediately get happy, we
Mhm.
enjoy the total absolute feeling of bliss,
Mhm.
perpetuating the inner light and making ourselves and others as well happy. So mainly, I'll be talking about these five kleshas, and of course,
Mhm.
not only the conflicts, but
Mhm.
also how to overcome it. So in my span of career, I've come across many people. How do I overcome? Okay, I know I have this problem. I have this uh, limitations in me, but how do I
Mm.
overcome it? It's not an overnight journey, of course. So it's
Right.
a process.
Mhm.
And so Maharshi Patanjali and our yogic texts and everything taught us to how to overcome it physically. So anything, gross, the sthula sharir, when we actually, work out with our body, we go toward the sukshma level, the inner
Yeah.
side.
Right.
So going from the stool, the gross
Mhm.
self
Mhm.
towards the inner self is a
Mhm.
journey. And
Mhm.
ultimately, in yoga, we say the Karan Sharira, the ultimate,
Right.
the
Yeah.
going towards a higher
Mhm.
meeting, uniting with the self, the
Mm.
higher self is the
True.
ultimate goal. So this
Yes.
is the journey, the pain, cause, and then going towards the higher self.
Higher.
So this,
Wow. It's a
yeah,
beautiful way. It's a beautiful way to
yeah.
understand it. And definitely, as you say, the Adi Guru who passes on all this knowledge down to the rishis and reaching this generation and more to come. And yoga really helps us in many other ways and to get rid of the kleshas, as we are all ready to hear, even myself. I'm talking about myself and maybe lots of our viewers. So I'll leave the screen to you and we are ready to follow, or maybe we can try and practice and learn so much from Deepa ji.
All right.
Yeah.
So all that corrupts us. Corruption, I don't mean by like the money corruption as such. All that corrupts us mentally in the mind are kleshas. So there are basically five kleshas. The circle of life, continuously seduces us, lures us towards the materialistic thing, which are actually the cause of pain, the suffering, or the constriction for us to grow. But these seven sins and the sixth, Shadripu. Shadripu in yoga, we call it Shadripu. That is Kam, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Madha, Matsarya. That is greed, gluttony, avarice, the anger, all these
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
ha-
Yeah.
are, are causing us pain, which we just don't
Mm.
realize. It just imbibes in our character, and we think that's real, which ultimately is not a real thing. That
Mhm.
becomes our thinking, behavior, attitude, thus making our characteristics.
Mm.
So, which actually is disintegrating us, which actually is bringing us away from, towards a negative character, taking away us from the positivity. So, it just totally disorients us from our real whole being. So the first klesha, I'll start with the panch kleshas first, and then we go towards the yogic way of life or the yogic techniques of overcoming it.
Mm.
The
Yeah, yeah,
first
absolutely.
klesha,
Mhm.
yeah. Any question you please, you can ask anytime you want.
Yeah, yeah,
We
I
square.
will. I will. For now,
Yeah,
I'm grasping all this beautiful knowledge, and it's getting
yeah,
my curiosity on. So yeah, please go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So the first being the avidya. Avidya doesn't mean illiteracy. It means the knowledge, the pure knowledge. It's actually the root cause of all the other kleshas. It's root cause of all the conflicts, all the worries. It's avidya is about knowing the real thing, believing that unreal is real, the unpure, the impure is pure, believing that everything anatma, which is not real, taking that as real, being not believing in atma and believing in anatma. So that is what avidya is. So when we get out of this darkness, it's actually the way of life wherein we just live in darkness all the time and we don't believe in the real self. So living the darkness, coming out of it, when we just come out of this, see the whole, the bigger picture, we are already sorted with our life. But it's a practice. It's realizing the super consciousness is a step. There are many, because of this avidya, we are constantly stumbling, falling, hitting the wall, but we just don't realize this. It's it's very deep rooted. It's a very part of our characteristic, very part of our personality that we just don't see it. Of course, we can understand it with meditation, getting into ourselves, getting within ourselves. And the second is asmita, that is ego, the big I. Of course, it is important to be knowing yourself, but it's also a separator. The Buddha says separating from us, from around us, is itself a cause of pain. It's itself a cause of suffering. And ego brings suffering. Ego is something that constantly, wants to prove itself. I am the best. I did it. I am. Always it's I. But who are we? It's constantly seeking validation, superiority, dominance, glorification. It wants to prove itself. It always wants to have a last say. And every endeavor of the ego is nothing but distancing you, keeping you away from the community of the mankind. That is, which we need to be connected with, which we are born to be with, for with, right? So that is creating duality. This characteristic creates duality. Duality being from duality towards going towards negativity and not accepting the positivity or any negative characteristic. You easily get into it just because of the I. But when we understand that the I is not the real I, is something bigger, when we know the real I, what it is, we go forward. Then we go towards rag. The third uh, klesha would be rag, that is attachment. Attachment to the materialistic. We easily tend to get attached to people, things, situation, and we are so much clinging towards it, towards materialistic things, which without realizing that these are the real cause of pain and sufferings. These are the real cause of making you feel bad, making you feel low, and not helping you grow in any sorts, or it is making you vulnerable. So liking, pleasure are all very temporary in nature. Everything is temporary, yet we want to cling on to them. This clinging, without making us realizing that this clinging to people, pleasurable things, and situations, everything is going to end. And it just create more and more obsession, more and more. Yeah, any question? Oh, okay. And our inability to fulfill our desires and inability to cling on to anything brings us anger, creates anger. We really want it. It's a deep feeling. We always want to feel good, but that creates the desire of getting more and more. Everything just disappoints us, just brings us pain, just creates more depression. And depression creates decay, decay within, bringing the saturation point. Decay, that saturation, that decay causing to disease. That disease might cause to death. Sorry to use a very negative word, a big thing, but a small thing, a small desire, an obsession, creating towards a very big negative impact just with the rag, too much of attachment. On the contrary, there is something called dvesh, hatred, the fourth klesha, dvesh. That if raga makes us cling to attach us to something, dvesha brings us away, takes us away from the other side. It creates a repulsion towards people, things, situation. Again, too much of rag is also not good, but too much of dvesh. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this person. It constantly, bothers us, constantly troubles us inside. It creates a deep, in fact, when you are upset, when you are, very sad or very just disliking a situation makes you feel, and the first thing that goes, physiological damage you're doing, you don't realize it. It is unliking, disliking towards something or some person is making you decay in itself, inside within you. As the Nelson Mandela said, that drinking a cup of poison and expecting someone else to die, it's like you you are having a poison, killing yourself within, and you just want, I don't want this person, I never want to meet this again. But you are damaging yourself. You just don't realize it. The first thing that goes on toss is your digestive system. You can experience, I mean, you can share your experience if someone, any viewer would like to share their experience or, discuss more about it. We'll definitely open at the end. And then that decay, that pain makes us vulnerable to, from personality that creates an imbalance of your tranquility, completely creating a very unpeaceful, like taking you away from your peace, ruins your peace rather. And as soon as you translate that into a love, compassion, you can have you can see things from objectivity, right? You can just have a distance but without affecting yourself. But it creates more and more physiological pain if you just cling on or you just keep on hating going away. So that creates an anger, making your physiological imbalance, creating trouble, the pain in your extremities, in your body, in different parts of the body. That growth, that anger is actually a killer. And dvesha, I would say, is a destroyer, destroyer of your peace, of oneself, of oneness. And then we go towards abhinivesh. We don't realize that abhinivesh is about fear of death. The fifth klesha, which is abhinivesh, is fear of death. It is so much imbibed in us. Even an animal, they have this basic instinct. And since we have evolved from animal, we also carry that, in the back of our brain, we carry this basic instinct of being and saving ourselves, fear of death. We don't realize, there's a reflex action. If a car comes to bang you, you immediately move back. That's a reflex action. So you can imagine how deeply rooted this abhinivesh is within us. If you just touch a fire, you will immediately take it away. That reflex action is abhinivesh. That sometimes that fear only kills you. The fear within going, making you cling on, making disturbing your pleasure and happiness, and your consciousness shifting from the paradigm of thinking that everything has to end. When we just know it, that everything is temporary, everything is just going to end at one point, And everything perpetuates when it comes to raw from the invisible energy. When we realize that there is some invisible energy that will perpetuate, that will grow, and we are just going to get connected with that one, with the holy self, with the one, the ultimate self. There will be no, once you realize that, then you can easily breathe easily, and shifting yourself from consciousness, consciously shifting yourself, and you know that everything is transient, yet there is eternal being with which you will ultimately experience everything, and you are above yourself, knowing everything will end, growing and growing to value which is around us, to value of living happily with every essence of eternal things, eternal being, and loving it. Just, just living in the state of bliss. So breath, sunlight, earth, ether are most important to life. When we connect ourselves, when we just go out, breathe easily, without any thought, without any, we feel so good, we feel so light. Getting connected us with the nature, the very nature which is surrounding us, makes us feel light, gives us a ultimate pleasure. Although it can be a short while, but more regularly, if we practice this, we create happiness. We create everything blissful around us, with our relation with our relatives, or everybody around us, with our colleagues, with our relatives. That happiness can be done when we go above this uh, five kleshas. That's the yogic way of life. That is eternal of, of real being, eternal everything, and everything just perpetuate. We may disconnect if we have these kleshas, which will create uncomfort, discomfort, just clinging into materialistic things. And but when we go higher, the light invades, the light perpetuates, and we reach at a stage of Anand, ultimately blissful experience. Now we'll be going towards the the solution, the yogic way of life, the practical, with the practical demonstration and the solution towards it. So if anybody has a question regarding this kleshas or conflicts, you can ask me. So Ebony, if you have anything,
I
any
think if I
question?
grasp well, so we have five kleshas: avidya,
Yeah,
aham, that is ego, and then
yeah,
raga, attachment, dvesha, going away, and
Abhinivesh, yeah,
then abhinavesha, fear of death. And
yeah,
something that strikes me is the only certain thing in life is that we are going to go one day. We are not here permanently. This is for a
yeah,
short, I mean, for the time that we are going to live. So from birth to death, we have the choice to live our life. So that's what the
yeah.
letter I have. One of the gurus that I've learned this. So B and C. So that's birth and death. In
Wow.
the middle, we have C, and C is the choice. So whatever we do, just as you were explaining to us so explicitly, that everything lies in our hands ultimately. We choose what we want. If we want to stay in this particular mode, we want to be in a negativity, or we want to come out of it, what should we do? Which now you're going to show us. But then there are
Yes.
some people, like they're aware that, yeah, certain, due to some incidents or maybe tragedy, they are in a particular situation, or in a particular mood, and they know that they have to come out. But then somewhere there is this resentment that no, they don't want to come out of it, but they say that they want to come out. You know what I am trying to say?
Yeah, yeah,
So
perfectly, perfectly. Yeah,
yeah,
I
for these
understand.
kind of, I mean, some people maybe they need help, but
Yes,
somewhere they are not accepting the help, or maybe they are not willing to do it themselves. This willingness is also very important. So for these situations, what can be done? What should those people try
Yeah.
and do before you move on to the demonstration
Yes.
part?
Yes. So this willingness is why first we understand, we get aware of it.
Mm,
This Maharshi was such an amazing psychologist. He realized these things thousands of years ago.
yeah.
Whereas everything, if you just see all these things, the base comes from this five kleshas itself. That willingness is
Mm,
I, if you notice. I
yes.
don't want to change. Why is it? Why I don't want to go for a yoga class? Why I don't want to? I feel sleepy. I feel sleepy. I feel tired. But I've experienced so many people. We these gunas, like we come up, many students also come into my class. They come in with a
Mm,
tamas gun. Tamas is like the laziness, the tiredness. I just don't
God,
feel like
yeah.
doing that. Just don't
Yeah.
want to do this. Oh no. But just a little, we say abhyas, and little abhyas, little vairagya, little
Yeah.
moving towards, you come towards a rajas stage, the mode of
Okay.
action, the
Right.
rajas guna. You move towards the action mode, which I'll be performing and make you experience that we can do it with the action. As we move in towards the action, rajas, that's the, it's like taking us from one place to another towards the sattva guna, towards the real self. So from that, being tired, lazy, tamas gun, moving ahead from rajas to move towards the sattva gun. That's just a little abhyas. So I saw a very beautiful cartoon some few days back. Like there are few sharks in the, you imagine you're in the sea. You are totally between the sea. There are five sharks coming towards you, trying to catch you. Rag, Dvesh, Abhinivesh, everything is, constantly. We have different characteristics, we have different personality at different times. Every time it's just about to, come towards you. But two ropes, that man is tied with two ropes. One is Abhyas and one is Vairagya. That is Abhyas Vairagya Tanirodhi. That is one beautiful sutra again given by Maharshi that says if you just hold on to these two ropes, nothing will come to you. Just hold
Wow.
on to these two ropes and you just move ahead and you're just
Wow.
away from the
Wow.
negativities all the time.
Amazing. This is amazing and a beautiful analogy. Yeah, we learn through many things, but this is a very nice depiction of how we can help ourselves through abhyas
Yeah.
and vairagya. Abhyas, if I'm correct, is practice, and
Yeah.
vairagya is detachment.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Abhyas
Okay.
Vairagya. Of course, it's a process, it's practice, but
Yeah.
continuous sa tu dirghakala satkar sevita dhrad bhumi. So that is regular practice of anything leads
Yes.
makes one habitual, and that habit become a characteristic of yours.
Definitely, definitely. Wow, this is so interesting and very much deep and very much informative for all of us watching you, Deepaji. All right, I think we received a message before you move on to the demonstration. I'm just
Yeah.
going to read that out. This was from Daryl William and from Facebook.
Yeah.
He is asking, can you please show your feet doing seated yoga stretches and exercises for feet and ankles, please?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah.
I will.
So
I will.
sure you will get that. Thank you for watching and thank you for sending us the questions. Over to Deepaji, that who is now going to demonstrate to us about the solutions. What should we do? Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the first solution, these are the bhavas. Now I'm moving
Mhm.
towards the second phase of my session. That is the bhavas. These were the kleshas and the bhavas. Bhavas, I would say, this is a yogic way of life. This is you need to imbibe in you. Like if we eat everything, we sleep every day, we just have to imbibe. Yoga is just not a physical practice, but also a mental, and just it has to be a way of life, just not uh, doing a physical. Okay, I did 1 hour yoga and my pains and aches will go away. Sorry, I'm it has to be a lifestyle with everything. So I would say just not practicing the asana, but practicing asana, that 1 hour or whatever you remove time for yourself, do it with the awareness, with the attitudes, this bhavas. So the first bhava is the dharma bhav. Dharma is nothing to do with religion. Religion is a faith that you believe in some God. It can be Buddha, it can be Christian,
Yeah.
Christ, or Jesus, or anything. These are religion, these are faith. But
Yeah.
dharma has
I
got to
think
do with a duty. It's basically conditioning yourself, it's basically preparing yourself, and it's and doing things not as a sacrifice or not as a mandatory thing, but doing with a feel of happiness, with a feel of giving it to yourself, giving it to your inner self. Duty should come with absolute love and an absolute offering to yourself, and it's not you, it's the inner you, it's the inner. God will be happy if you will be happy. That's all, with that duty. So this dharma bhav we can develop with asanas, which are meditative asanas, with going inside with om chanting, with meditation. So let me start my session with just 3 ohms. We sit in a sukhasana posture, so any sukhasana, vajrasana posture. This will help you, get inside you, preparing us, conditioning us. That's the duty bhav we develop when we do everything religiously. They just doing it happily, we are sorted. So as we had discussed, being here, as you had said, so from birth to death, in between there is see. You can see things when you're prepared, when you do your duty, just without any ourselves. There is a in Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says, "Karmanya vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana." Just do your duty. All he says is just do your duty. Be here, be now. So that can be developed with a dharma bhav. So doing asanas with a dharma bhav. So we start the session, the practical demonstration. Please join me with so that I can make you feel, experience it as well. I would request if viewers can see it, experience it, like practice with me. They will really experience it. So the first, this is a mudra. Any mudra you can take. Sit in back straight. Sit in Sukhasana, any comfortable posture. If not comfortable on the floor, you can sit on the chair as well. Take a deep breath and we just begin with a 3 Om chant. Take a deep breath, breathe out. Take a deep breath and let's start. Om. Feel the vibration. Just feel the vibrations within. This vibration and the thought of you offering yourself to the higher self, this dharma bhav, dharma being doing duty towards your inner self, just keeps you healthy, active for the entire day. Nicely rub your palms, take this energy, nicely make your hands warm, cup your eyes, take in the energy inside through the eye, and slowly rub it on your face and slowly open your eyes. This is how you develop the dharma bhav. And now you're prepared, you're ready to go towards the next stage, the next step, that is jnana. So somebody asked me question about the knee pain. We'll be covering in this. Dhyan is knowing yourself, understanding, making yourself aware that this is a pain, this is a problem, this is a problem area, going deep inside it. So Jnana is just this not knowledge, it's just not education, it's an experiential knowledge. So when you experience it, when you practically do things, it can stay for a longer time. It will stay forever. Living the experience, reading and living it. Just I might somebody might say I've read a lot of books, a lot of things, but experiencing it, living with it, doing it practically, that is something that stays forever. You may forget few things, but something that you have practiced every day or something you have imbibe in you what into your character or made it your habit, that will stay forever. So that is real gyan, that is real knowledge. So for the legs you had mentioned, we just loosen ourselves. When we do this, like just relax yourself. You can just stretch your legs, pointing your toes towards your side, slowly loosening yourself from the toes towards the ankle, towards the knee. The simple exercise we don't realize, rotating it. We're getting aware of our body. We're getting known to our body, knowing our each and every body part, loving them, getting connecting with your body, connecting with your own self is gyan. So this is the real wisdom, knowing yourself, because they say yatha pinde tatha brahman. What is your so is your mind. What is universe is your mind, and what is your body is the universe. Everything is what is inside is outside, and what is outside is inside. So knowing yourself, jnana about your body is knowledge. This can be done. You keep on doing this twisting, rotation, then folding your legs and twisting. When you do this simple thing, you're twisting your torso. You're moving up towards yourself. Twist. Other side. Again. Breathe out. Fold your one leg. Twist on the other side. Preparing your body. Twist. Then little more complex. What we can do is fold your leg. Keep it under. Then fold your one leg. Keep it under your buttocks. Take it towards you, the other leg. Bring your opposite hand up. Breathe out. Hold your ankle. Look back. Breathe in center. Release your hand. Release your leg. Similarly, we can do it on the other side. Fold your leg. Fold your left leg. Put it under the hips. Other leg, right leg, just close to the knee or wherever comfortable. Some people can do it this much, that's okay. Fold it. Opposite hand goes above the knee. Try holding your ankle. Keep your one hand behind. Breathe out. Look back. Breathe in center. Release your hand. Release your leg. This twisting is for legs, reducing the stomach area, and mostly everybody has abdominal fat assets that we keep on accumulating, that helps in reducing the belly fat and also massaging the internal organs. See, yoga is the only the technique which also works on your internal organs. Other things, gymming, I'm not against it. Gymming and all just works on your muscles, making you improving your endurance. But this massages your muscles, this sorry, not only the muscles and all, but also strengthening your internal organs. So this is good for people with diabetes. And somebody had also asked me for the legs. So here when we are twisting, we are working on the leg fat things, what we did, this thing, and you have to press your knee down. This every time. Usually, who have a knee pain, they should do it. Like so, just press your knee downward. Breathe in, bring your prana energy, bring your awareness towards the knee. All the om chanting, whatever you do, we're creating energy, the positive energy we have created within us. Just imagine it going towards the knee, blessing yourself. Try pushing the below part of the knee down. This improves the strength of the knee. Also, holding the leg and doing rotation. Simple exercises, also called as Sukshma Vyayam. This helps in improving the leg strength, the knee strength, especially in this. Then, folding a leg, one leg straight, holding it like a baby. Consider your foot to be like a baby. Pamper yourself, pamper your body. This opens up your hip joint. So people who have hip or some hip joint or you know, very stiff legs or thighs, you can work like this. You can just do it, hold it like a baby, and do little simple movements, twisting, and just doing rolling as if you're doing it as a baby. Similarly with the other side. I see there is a question. If you can just, Sayani, if you can help me. And
Yes,
then bring.
right. This is very interesting. Rolling your legs as a baby, and
Yeah.
yeah. I think Malti Patel, thank you for being here. She's asking if you could share stretches for tight shoulder on one side. Thanks.
Yeah,
I think, yeah,
definitely.
tight shoulder. And
Good.
before I let you continue, we have the lovely Nabanita with us. She joined us, and well, Nabanita ji, namaste to you. And she's also been doing together. Yeah,
Cool.
hi,
Very
hello, Nabanita. How are
wow.
you? I think
I
you're
would like to
muted.
see everyone. I would
Yes,
like to see everyone. Wow,
namaste,
that's
Nabanita
amazing.
ji.
Namaste.
Yeah, yeah, she's
Yeah.
also in pink. Wow, we have two beautiful
Wow.
pinky ladies.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Maybe later on, we're all
Yeah.
having a great grand greeting to you. But thank you for being there. We can see you, and it's lovely to have the Buddha behind that Deepaji was mentioning before, and you're also doing together. Was lovely. Deepaji, yes. Go
Yes.
ahead. You were showing,
Yes.
yeah, regarding the question, no tight shoulder, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is so this is to open up the legs, to open up the hip joint, the baby pose that we did. Then we move towards the hand. Yes, we usually carry a lot of weight of the neck and the shoulders. We carry a lot of things. It's just the head, the weight of the brain is only too much, like maybe 8 kilos, something 5 kg, but we carry much more than that in the mind, which is why we have problems with the shoulder and the neck. So awareness towards it, the gyan towards it is very good. We just rotate the shoulders. Simple thing. This will help open up. And another one technique, do it with the awareness. Always do everything with an awareness. The twisting pose that we have, basic twisting, the vakrasan that we call, you can refer, you can check on Google or something. Simple twisting pose. This will help to open up the shoulder. And then interlock your fingers, hold it tight, breathe in, try doing this rotation. Clockwise and anti-clockwise. Just rotate your hands. Usually people who have, the people who are working for longer hours on the computer, the engineer, this helps bring it in front. Superb. And also you can do it on the other side. This immediately opens up your shoulder, opens up all the cervical pain that you have. And this rises you up. Simple thing. Stretch yourself high. Stretch yourself high. Imagine you getting connected with the highest self. Imagine you like a mountain. Bend right, then bend left. Although mountains do, but we can be a little flexible, bending right, bending left, center. Twist yourself. Sometimes you need to twist and turn according to the situation. Twist, turn, center, then bend forward, surrendering yourself. So the next technique is Vairagya, surrendering yourself. Bend forward, letting go yourself. See, when I say letting just bend, it will be a task. Oh my God, I cannot bend. I have a tight back. I have a low back pain. I have a knee pain. I cannot do it. But with the thought that letting go. So there is yogic understanding of the real yogic understanding of Vairagya is letting go and letting it be and getting into the flow is real yogic understanding of it. So for this, I'll show you a simple mudra, yoga mudra, which is called, which is the perception of yoga itself. The definition of yoga completes in one posture, that is yoga mudra. So you can either sit in sukhasana or padmasana, whatever comfortable, or you can just sit on the chair if really difficult for you. Hold your wrist behind, inhale, take in the energy and exhale. Just have a feeling of let go. Feel all the stress and tension coming up on towards the head and slowly relax your elbows, relax your shoulder, and try touching your forehead to the ground or wherever. Just have a feeling of surrendering yourself. So, letting go is very important to empty. Letting go that nature can fill it up. Breathe in and come up and imagine filling up yourself, filling with a positive energy. The nature is here to give you. Take in the positivity. After letting go, only empty, something is empty, then only something good can be filled up. So that resentment and content you were saying about, you were talking about, if someone who is empty at heart can only give love and compassion, that emptiness, the clearness of mind and heart brings in positive energy, love, compassion, away from resentment and disturbances. You can grow. You can have love, compassion, more energy, more positivity, and taking you towards the highest order of being yourself, ultimately making you reach towards Aishwarya. Aishwarya, the literal meaning, the literal book meaning would be the prosperity. So, but in yoga, prosperity means the prosperity of happiness, feeling, getting away from, once we, move from the stages of dhyan, gyan, vairagya, trupti, contentment, which are not exactly opposite of klesha, but yet they are the positive counter of it. When you stop the chase, when you continuously stop the chase of getting into things, you reach towards Aishwarya. You go high. Then comes the flow of divine within you, getting away from all the stress, tension, anxiety. The flow of divine comes into you. Flow doesn't mean flow in your bank account or the flow of money or something. Yeah, that can give you happiness, but yes, these are all temporary. These are just momentary happiness. Even a rich man can be sad, and even a poor man can be happy. And that ananda, that state of bliss, or we can call it as a shunyata, the zero state, is Aishwarya, opulence, prosperity, and that brings in self confidence, self reliance. So, there are asanas that you can practice for that self reliance, self confidence. There are difficult asanas like, I would say, the backward bending asanas, all the backward bending asanas. One I would like to demonstrate is the chakrasana. So you bring your legs together, hands next to your head, either side. keeping your palms down and fingers facing towards your shoulders, either side of your head. Breathe in and raise yourself up high like a rainbow, shining high up like a rainbow, being there, just feeling when you just accomplish difficult asanas, when you overcome difficult asanas, that itself brings confidence in you. It may look little difficult in the beginning, but anything backward, backward bending asanas are going against the gravity. Anything you go little against the force, little pushing yourself. So the preparatory asana for it would be like the Setu Bandhasana, the bridge pose. You fold your legs, breathe in, and lift yourself up. Breathe out and come back. Breathe in, lift your hips, lift your back up. Breathe out and come back. And hug yourself, straightening your spine. Pavan Muktasana, letting go. And then you raise yourself high, doing difficult asana. Also the Sarvangasana. When you let go, you reach up, the candle stand pose. Straight, breathe in, stretch yourself, straight like a candle. Let the light glow. Let the inner light glow. Breathe out. Slowly come down vertebrae by vertebrae, straightening yourself. So that let your inner light glow. Accomplishing the difficult asanas, that brings Aishwarya. That brings happiness, self-reliance, self-confidence. So when we practice this asana with this thought, understanding, and then growing up, this feeling makes you neutralize of all the kleshas.
Definitely. Wow. Mhm.
Bring you high.
Yeah. This was very demonstrative and very important for us to know. And I think we'll take time to reach what you just did. For now, we're going to well, some who are already, they have reached certain level. They are definitely be able to do that. And I'm a father also. Since very young age, he used to do yoga. And we also here in Mauritius, every we used to have regular classes, and that bridge, no, not bridge, the one that both your that's what I used to do it. I need to practice more so I can do it again.
Yeah, you can practice with the initial bridge pose, the Setu Bandhasana, so that will prepare your back, prepare your spine, bringing awareness towards it, and then go towards Aishwarya. Then you gradually strengthening your hands. You can strengthen your hands with a downward dog pose and the shoulders. Once the shoulders are strong, you can gradually get, and your hands are strong, you can come up Chakrasana, that is a bridge pose, that is bridging the gap. Also, when you reach Aishwarya, bridging the gap from unawareness towards the consciousness. From that unawareness, bridging towards the ultimate.
Right. Absolutely. Well, Deepaji, that was, can you believe, almost an hour fleeted by. And still, I think there's a lot more to learn. We'd love to have you again, and so that you share all this knowledge that you have, and all the credit, well, your guru as well, who taught you. So maybe our obeisances to him, and we wish you all the very best, and we hope that, well, we wish to see you again on this Healing Our Earth platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would just like to add with the pranayams, with this, not the asanas, also the pranayams. If you practice it, you also get more aware and go towards the inner self. The breathing, as you breathe, this as you breathe is your mind. And so just focus on the breathing as well, the breathing techniques. Just follow whatever. My idea behind this session was practice the asana and the breathing with the inner awareness, with the thought of it, and so you can overcome your pains, and just not physical pain, also mind, we can
Mindful,
overcome it.
yes.
Yes, do it
Right,
with the
right.
mindfulness. Yeah.
And when you say bringing the consciousness, I think it's being mindful of whatever we do, all our
Yes.
actions. Right, right. Well, maybe the next session when you're there, you can explore more on pranayam, on breathing exercises, which is equally important for yoga and meditation. Thank you, Deepalji. Thank you so much. Well, stay around. There are many more uh, people awaiting us. And for now, we have the beautiful and very gorgeous and the smiling, very sweet. You must be guessing who I'm talking about. Let me just first give an introduction about this beautiful lady, who is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert. Over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. And this is our lovely, very loving and nice Honey G. Global namaste to you, Honey G. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Your microphone will work soon.
Global namaste to you, my dear Sevani. What a wonderful session. And oh my God, I feel like going in and doing some yoga myself. So thank you so much, Vipal. so wonderful. You know, such a beautiful exercises. I think we should all learn to do a bit of yoga every single day. I do stretching, but I think I need to get into more of yoga every day, isn't it, Sevani?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Now, I'm not crying, by the way. It's just I'm so happy to see you, really, right?
Oh, yes, yes. Full of joy.
Full of joy. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go. Oh my God, I'm so happy to see Sevani.
By the time all the tears away, let me continue this introduction. Honey has been a spiritual seeker and a meditator since she was a teenager and regularly practices Samarpan meditation, which is part of Dhyana Yoga taught by Himalayan yogi Shiv Kripanand Swami. She has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciplines and yogic sciences, ranging from Raja Yoga, taught by the Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Sri Ravi Shankar, Vipassana by Goenka, Isha Kriya by Sadhguru, Kundalini Yoga by Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan, Vedantic spiritual practices as taught by Chinmaya Mission, as well as other Western practices such as mindfulness, transcendental meditation. And she believes it is important to self-reflect, contemplate, and grow spiritually to become a better human being. You're yourself a master. Namaste.
Oh dear, my dear. Well, we're on an ongoing journey, aren't we, Sevani?
Yes.
You know this because you also have a beautiful place where you teach people about values and good values, etc., and children as well.
Yes.
And we know that there's an ongoing process that goes on. I mean, I always say that we're all perfect. We just have to remind ourselves that we're perfect and follow that path of perfection. But Saivani, I know that you've given me such a beautiful introduction, but I have to do an introduction for you too, just in case there are some audience members who've just joined us today for the first time. Although I'm absolutely so delighted to dear Saivani. She's a wonderful of Healing Our Earth family members, one of our wonderful hosts. She also, of course, at the moment is from UK. I can't believe that it says she's from UK, which she isn't. She's traveling all over the world now. She's become an international host now. But Sevani is a child psychologist, and she uses music therapy as a method of counseling. She's also the founder director of STAR Academy, where it's actually EHV STAR Academy, where EHV stands for Education in Human Values. And of course, STAR means a student training in attitude and responsibility. Amazing. I think that is just so good. I think every single country should have this. And Sevani is the founder, as well as, of course, a lead singer of the Swaragini Spiritual Orchestra, promoting values, culture, tradition, and aspiration through music. And having a spiritual background as well as professional experiences, Sevani has been inspired a lot by her mother, who emphasized on helping others in need, especially family and children, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. People who are a little bit disadvantaged in that area. So I can see that she's got such a big heart. She's always doing good for others, and I love her to bits for that. She was also awarded, I know that you were also awarded, weren't you, the Women of the Year in Mauritius. And you were one of the top 100 women in Mauritius, which we are very proud of, actually. And you were also one of the 10 most influential women, which is, of course, in the Indian Ocean in 2019. Again, I think that's well deserved. And I think you should have probably been the top one, because I know you do so well. And finally, of course, you work with so many people of all ages, really, don't you? To create more harmonious atmosphere in the family. You teach people, you pass on great education, etc. And I really love your human values and your psychological perspectives as well that you share with the world. So thank you, Saivani, for being such an amazing, amazing superstar for us.
Thank you for this lovely introduction. Well, we say, we try to do our part so that for the welfare of the whole, humanity. Even you do great job. So I think each one of us, we have a role, and we try to do it humbly. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, I'd always say, the Healing Our Earth is a beautiful place where like-minded people come together. I'm talking about the host, the team members, the volunteers, technical team behind the scenes, as well as, of course, Neil Kumar, the creator of this wonderful Healing Our Earth program. But as well as that, I feel the audience members are just the same, because we get drawn to each other, because each and every single one of us wants to make this world a better place. And of course, that begins with ourselves and our communities. So yes, I think it's really brilliant. So thank you, Saivani. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much for hosting such a fantastic session. And we're going to be moving on. Do stay and join us, but we're going to move and go and meet another very absolutely inspiring woman who is also another team member of ours. And this one is our Nabanita. Hello, and a global namaste to you, Nabanita.
Global namaste to you, Haniji, and to Shavani and to the whole team.
Oh, thank you. Now, I know today you're going to do something very special, aren't you? But before you do something very special for us, to continue our meditation and yoga session that we are running right now, I just wanted to say and tell everybody a little bit about you, because I know that, Navanita, you've been teaching yoga in the UK through the virtual platform since April 2020. So I just wanted to mention a little bit about Nabanita. Nabanita is a certified yoga instructor from world-class yoga organization called PYPT UK Trust. Her yoga sessions aim to promote physical health and mental well-being through daily practice sessions for adults, weekly sessions for children, and of course, various focused workshops. And as she encourages practicing yoga with a smile on the face, which I love that, she's given the name Smile with Yoga, which I think is a really, really apt name for her yoga group. I really believe that. I love smiling, actually. I feel really happy when I smile. And I love when other people smile, which is brilliant. Now, within this span of pandemic time of 20 months, Smile with Yoga has been working relentlessly to donate to various charities like Breast Cancer Charity UK, Children Charity UK, various COVID crisis funds, and of course, Project Y in Delhi in India. So you can also, by the way, follow Smile with Yoga if you're interested in the world of yoga on Instagram, where you can just go and check them out at smile_with_yoga, and of course Twitter, where you can go and follow them with, oh my God, what is this? SWY, which is brilliant. SWY, Smile with Yoga. So you'll remember that. To get regular health tips and, of course, updates about her latest workshops. So you mustn't miss out on following her on her social media. Now, Nabanita, what are you going to be doing for us today? And did you enjoy the session just now?
I did join halfway though. I logged in around 2:30, but within this half an hour, I really thoroughly enjoyed. Thanks to Deepalji, it was very nice, very lovely. I was trying a few things, of course.
Yes, and Deepalji, while you're here, I might as well ask you a question. What inspired you to do yoga? Because I would love to find out, because Nabanita, you're very interested in yoga yourself. Deepal, you also been teaching yoga. What inspires you? Why do you think yoga is so important, Deepalji?
Well, I would say yoga is just not doing the practical asanas or part of it, but what inspires me about yoga is also you develop yourself, and I'm into a profession where I also help others. So doing things that just makes your inner self happy, helping others, getting well, getting better is my motto. So each time I keep on learning new things wherein I can help getting people better and better. So that's my motto that motivates me. I was teaching in the school earlier. So when I taught children also, so in a way we can work on children at a very young age, who are the future of our, which is our future generation. So that inspired me. If I can teach them yoga and they grow up to be a better citizens of the world, of the country, the world will be a much beautiful place.
Oh, that's beautiful. So I can understand that from your side, you believe, and of course, which is the case, that when you do yoga, there's a little bit of a connection, a union between mind, body, and spirit. So you find that people who do this on a regular basis will probably start inculcating better values as well, because you
Yes.
become a little bit more patient, you become a more balanced, you become healthier, happier, more positive attitude. And of course, when you do these regular exercises, you're releasing hormones, in your body, which are all good hormones. So, which is very good.
Yes.
Absolutely. Oh, that's wonderful. And Nabanita, coming back to you. Thank you, Deepalaji. That was wonderful. And how about you, Nabanita ji? Why do you think it's so important for you to learn yoga?
First of all, I started off to address my health problems. I had numerous health problems which I was undergoing. So I thought it's best I do something which will not stress me out, because I felt any other form of exercises, especially the high intensity ones, it stresses me out more than giving me the benefit I'm looking for. Yoga has the perfect balance of balancing both the nervous systems. So it takes you into stress mode when you are doing the exercises, and when you do the shavasana or you do the anulom vilom, you just bring your that calmness into your nervous system, which is also very much important, because in our fast-paced life we go through so much of stress, and calming your nervous system is so much important, and yoga actually brings a perfect balance of
Yes.
stress and calming
So
your
are
mind.
you saying that the body has to be given a little bit of, you need to push it a little bit on the edge to help it to expand what it can do? So like, for example, if you were stretching yourself and trying to touch your toes, you can't, and you have to stretch a bit more and more and more, and suddenly one day you find that you can touch your toes very easily. So is that how you mean that you have to push your body a little bit further to be able to maximize its potential? Is that right?
That is true. At the same time, you have to tell yourself that if I couldn't do it, it's not the end of the day, end of the world. I can still do it. So that bringing that mental balance and not losing faith on yourself when you are, and through yoga, you're able to connect your mind with your body. So it brings confidence in your body. It kind of makes you a total human being, which no other
Yeah,
form of exercise can do.
just like
I'm
my
a
dear
great fan
Nabanita.
of.
Just like you. That's beautiful. I love that pillow behind you. It looks gorgeous with a Buddha pillow. Now tell me, Nabanita, I know today you're going to do something very interesting, and I didn't understand what you meant by be the devil to diabetes. What does that mean? And what are you going to present for us today?
So today I'm going to talk a little bit about why we have to be aware of, things that helps to, make yourself, prepare yourself to fight diabetes. So you be the devil to diabetes, not the diabetes being devil to your body. That's the whole
I love
idea.
it. I love it. Don't let them be the devil. Yeah, that's
So
right.
yeah, you prepare your body, you be the devil, and diabetes will stay
Remove
away from you.
Yes, I love that. Well, there are a lot of people out there who are suffering from diabetes. So I think this would be very, very useful for them. So if you are watching right now, if there's audience members watching, if you've got family members or so, quickly pop them a quick little message and get them to come and join us, because I'm sure they're going to learn a lot from our dear Nabanita. So Nabanita, I'm going to present and let you get to have the platform now all for yourself. Please go ahead and share whatever you need to share. And perhaps, I think, are you going to do some exercises for us?
Yes, I will do quite a few poses, but before that, I just want to get started by paying, tribute to Dr. the Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Frederick Banting, who actually is a co-discoverer of insulin, and he actually brought the fact that it can be used for it, and he made the whole wide world aware of its therapeutic potential. So I would like to pay tribute to him for his wonderful contribution for this World Diabetes Day. It was last week on 14th of November, but we are just 1 week away. But that's why I thought it's better to pay tribute to him to get my session started. First of all, I wanted people to understand I want everyone to understand that what is diabetes. So diabetes, I'm sure a lot of people, but some of us who do not know, who probably have not thought about it yet, because you probably have not got any symptoms yet. Just to introduce, there are two types of diabetes. We have got type 1 and type 2. Type 1 can be developed in the childhood, which actually can be probably addressed right from the childhood by taking lots of vitamin D. Even then, I can see, because I work in school, a lot of children suffer from diabetes, type 1 diabetes, and they have to be on regular dose of insulin. And type 2 is not dependent, it's not insulin dependent. It is kind of hereditary and also mostly related to obesity. Okay, so that and it kind of runs in the family. But today my idea is not to talk specifically which asana is for type 1, which asana is for type 2. The yoga asanas that I will be performing, they will be good for any kind of diabetes. You practice them regularly and you prepare your body to prevent and control at the same time. So control will be the cure mode, because if you have already got it, so you have to keep it under control. So you have the harness in your hands. How can you do that? Okay, there are different ways. First of all, other than exercises, not only the exercises, it's your lifestyle, it's your food habit, everything matters. Your sleeping habit, they also matter. So if you just do asanas and stress your body and you do not relax your body, your organs that are working for you, they do not get the boost for the next day. So as much as you want to make them work for you, the same amount of rest you have to bring. So it's all about bringing your body into fight and flight mode. That's when we are doing all the asanas, all the stretches, everything, to make sure I'm not letting my organs go into dormant mode and sleep. No, you're not sleeping, you're going to work from me. But at the same time, after we have made them work for us, we are going to make sure we are giving them enough rest and boost for the next day to work for us. So I will be performing a set of asanas. General health and safety warnings. If you are pregnant, or if you are suffering from any kind of heart diseases, or if you tend to suffer from any kind of blood pressure related issues, you have to be careful and you have to try only as much as your body will allow. So because we are doing virtual session, we'll not be able to assess your physical condition. So please do try at your own risk and understand your body before you try any pose. Okay. Now we will be doing, before I start those asanas, it is very important to warm up few joints, otherwise you might get cramps. So first I will start with warming up our necks. So just few rounds. So along with me, if you can start doing it. As you start inhaling, start in the middle position, you start inhaling. And as you start exhaling, if you can start bringing your chin down. And then inhale as you slowly start to take it back. Keep in mind your neck condition, any kind of stiffness or spondylitis, you've got to be careful. And as you exhale again, bring your chin forward as much as your body allows, and then bring it back to normal position. Because of time constraint, we'll not be spending too much time on warming up, just a little bit of warm up. And we're going to sway sidewise. So start with breathing. And then as you breathe out, sway on one side, any one side that you want to start with, because everybody has their own dominant side. and come back to the center and relax. Now we'll be doing the full neck circling, but if you tend to suffer from spondylitis, you are not supposed to do the full neck circling. In that case, you can do the half circle like this. But if you do not have any neck stiffness or any kind of spondylitis, then you can do the full circling. You breathe in halfway through and breathe out as you come back. So I'm doing the clockwise now. And we'll do twice anti-clockwise. And I'm trying to pause in the middle so that you do not feel any dizziness. And even people with vertigo, if you think you might find it uncomfortable, you do not do this. Okay, so our neck region is warmed up. I'm going to give a warming up exercise for our shoulders. So for that, you cross one hand. So I'm starting with my right. You can start with any side and swap when I swap. So right hand, bring it close to your left. And then you're going to pull using your left hand. It's going to nicely warm up your shoulder joints. And then do the other way around. And now we are going to warm up while sitting itself, our upper torso and the hip joints a little bit, at the same time, bit of shoulder movement. So as we start, we breathe in, and then you're going to twist your upper body and your head. And so one hand goes on the opposite shoulder, other hand goes at the back as you're breathing out. As you're moving to the center, you're breathing in, and as you're breathing out, and I'm very particular about synchronizing every movement with deep, long breathing, breathe out. Sometimes you may not hear me doing it because I'm talking. But if I'm not talking, I would do like this. And relax. So that kind of helps us to, warm up our neck joints, our shoulder joints, bit of our hip joints. Now, there are a few asanas which I will be focusing on today. The first asana, which I'm going to start with, is called Mandukasana, which is called frog pose in English. And this is called an ultimate asana. If you do not have any neck pain, or if you do not have any ankle pain, you are supposed to perform this on the floor on your mat. But if you have that restriction, absolutely you can sit on a chair and perform it, no problem. But as long as you follow that technique. So I'm going to lower my camera. Please don't worry if you don't see my face, because the technique I'm going to show here. So if you are able to bring yourself in thunderbolt pose, you simply sit like this. If you find it hard to immediately get into it, so you fold one leg at a time on your side, and then bring yourself, your bottom resting on the ankles. This is called thunderbolt pose or Vajrasana. So that's the preparatory pose. And then you are going to tuck your thumb inside, close it using all other fingers. This has a very special name in yoga. It's called Adi Mudra, and it's very powerful mudra. We are going to touch the knuckles and bring it close to our belly button. Now we are going to forcefully breathe out. Now this cannot be performed if you are pregnant, or if you are having any kind of lower back pain. Don't bend too much, okay? Pregnant means don't do it at all, okay? Now, also, this needs to be performed in empty stomach, otherwise you will not be able to go forward. And when you perform this half an hour before your main heavy meal, at least 5 times, you will get to see that slowly your insulin dose, if you are on heavy dose of insulin currently, it will slowly start to come down. But you have to practice it religiously every single time, half an hour before your meal, at least 5 times, okay? Right. So Adi Mudra, touch the knuckles on top of your belly button. Now forcefully breathe out like we normally do in Kapalbhati Pranayam, which is just like this. As if you're blowing your nose, your stomach sinks in. And now you're pushing the knuckles, a little bit of force. and you're going down. Now you have to be careful. If you have lower back pain, you bend down only as much as you can. You can look up if you do not have any neck problem, but if you have any neck problem, you can look down. And this is called first variation of Mandukasana. Try to stay at least 30 seconds to start with. But if you are able to increase this time from 30 seconds to 1 minute, each time you go down, and then practice 5 times, that will make it 5 minutes. When you have built the habit of practicing this 5 minutes, you will start to see the real result. Okay. Now this can be done another way. Also, if you find it hard to sit in this pose, you could even sit in simple Sukhasana. So I will show the other variations in Sukhasana or Padmasana. I'm so much used to sitting in Padmasana, so I sat in Padmasana. Okay, so right palm on top of the left palm. You again bring it on top of your belly button and then forcefully breathe out like you will be blowing your nose or blowing candle. If you are not aware of Kapalabhati Pranayam, it's just simply forcefully breathing out. So your stomach goes in. You push the hands with a little bit of force and then you go down. And make sure not to bend your back. You are going to bend starting from your hip. So let me show a bit of sidewise view as well. And you're going down. Ideally, you should go all the way down, but you do only as much as your body allows, always. Okay, all the way down. And you come up. Or you can do like Yoga Mudrasana. You can hold the hand behind. So one hand's wrist, the other hand. And again, breathing out and sinking the tummy in helps you to go forward. The similar technique, but you are holding the hand behind. And if you see, I'm not bending my back to go down. I'm keeping my back straight. I'm bending from my hip joint. And my head should be the last bit to go down. And come up. Each and every pose I'm showing, you have to make sure to practice slowly and increase the time every single time you practice and build the habit of doing 5 minutes. Now I'm planning to show at least 10 poses if time permits. If not, I will tell you at least 2 to 3, which if you practice at least 5 minutes every time, then you will start to see that what difference it makes to your body. Okay.
Nabanita, this is very interesting. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries.
When you breathe out, so the forceful like Kapalabhati one, you breathe. So you hold your breath and then you go down, right?
Yes.
You should be holding your breath till each one is able to hold as much as they can.
Holding is ideal, but again, we customize it to every body's different health condition. If someone is suffering from high BP, they can still do it, but they might find it hard to hold the breath for long. As soon as they go down, they can be in normal breathing, breathe out and come up.
Okay.
But holding breath would be ideal. But
all right.
depending on the health condition, they can take it as they can manage. Yeah.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you.
No
okay. Yes.
Absolute pleasure. Okay. And next, we are going to spread our legs. We're going to do Vakrasana. Excellent one because it gives a twist to our tummy. Of course, there is no better way than activating our solar plexus, because remember, we need more insulin generation because that is what we are lacking. Because of that, we need external insulin for the diabetic people, right? So if you are diabetic, you need to be on heavy dose of insulin, right? But all these exercises, asanas that we are doing, we are trying to activate our pancreas, our abdominal organs to work under optimum conditions. So your pancreas is creating enough of insulin for your body so that you have, the food you are taking that gets converted by your own body generated insulin into the energy. So you will slowly start to take lesser dose of insulin. Okay.
Navani,
Without further,
a
yeah.
question there. So, just to help our audiences understand that when you're doing the exercises, how does your pancreas get activated? Because as you are doing your exercises, I believe that you're massaging some of your organs inside your
Yeah.
body. Is that right?
It is perfectly right, and it is giving acupressure massage to those organs. That is what it does when we keep like that.
Yes, so that's why. So something very interesting for all our audience members to know that as you're massaging your body and you feel relaxation, or you activate the blood supply, etc. As you're doing all the stretches, your curling, your stretching, all those things are actually helping your organs get massaged to activate them. Just to help our understand. Yeah, let's carry on, please, Nabanita. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Haniji. And so this is another tool. Just to add to what Haniji has just said, this will perfectly explain what we are doing. So keep one leg stretched. For me, the left leg is stretched. The right leg I'm crossing over. There are very few other variations, but I follow this variation. So right leg is going to cross over the left thigh, and I'm going to twist onto my right side. That's why I'm bringing my left hand, crossing over my right knee, grabbing hold of the ankle, and keeping the other hand very close to my body, keeping my spine still as much tall as possible, and twisting. And this hand is giving the twist to the knee, which is in turn going to twist your abdominal area. And you twist and look over your right shoulder. Again, keeping in mind your neck condition, you do as much as you can manage. Okay? And we do the other way around. What is happening is, because of the twist, your solar plexus, your nabi, or your belly button, that area is getting activated, and your pancreas is definitely getting activated and producing more insulin for you. Do it the other way. And in my session, people who have been learning for quite some time, we do Kapalbhati, these poses as well, to give you extra amount of benefit, because Kapalbhati is one of the most powerful pranayams which can work with your abdominal organ the best.
And Kapalbhati is a pranayam, a type of a pranayam, or do you
We
mean?
call it as a pranayam. Different organizations call it kriya as well, depending on the speed. Some people like to call it as kriya, but the yoga tradition that I follow, we still call it as pranayam.
Right, thank you.
No worries. Okay, so I would probably demonstrate that as well, how you can do even Kapalbhati, because what happens is when you twist and do Kapalbhati, so the side that is open to you is what open for you to do the Kapalbhati. That means when you do Kapalbhati, while you're twisting on your left, your right side organs are getting exercised. And the research is showing excellent benefit when you are combining Kapalbhati along with this exercises, because Kapalbhati works with this part of your abdomen quite a lot. Of course, along with your heart and your lungs exercises, that is another topic altogether. So we'll come to that some other day. Next one, which is similar to Vakrasana, again a twisting one. If you think you can do this one, this is a little bit harder than Vakrasana, but I thought I'll show you. This is Ardha Matsyendrasana, which Dipalji was showing. So you fold one leg, keep it close to your bottom. The other leg is vertically up, and you're going to cross, twist yourself. You can support if you think you cannot manage to leave your hands. Otherwise, other hand can go from behind. You twist as much as you can. And you can even combine Kapalbhati with this pose as well. But again, always keep health and safety warnings in mind. That means you should not be pregnant, and it needs 3 to 4 hours of empty stomach from heavy solid meal. High BP, heart problem, you got to be really careful, very slowly. Okay. So this is Ardha Matsyendrasana and Vakrasana. You could see the twist that it creates. And of course, along with diabetes, your stomach, any kind of stomach related issues, they also get cured in the process, if at all you suffer from anything else. Because when your system is kind of already suffering from one kind of ailment, it brings along many others. So kind of addresses. It's a holistic approach. So yoga is not only focusing on one thing. When you are kind of practicing certain asanas to cure one ailment on its way, it kind of cures everything, rather than the other type of exercises or the medicines which brings along side effects. This actually brings along side benefits.
Yes, side benefits, like lots of very natural benefits, actually, isn't
Yes.
it? And there is no side effects whatsoever. It'll only make things good for you. And that's why, you know, with diabetes as well, there are some people who, of course, who take medication. There's side effects that and if they can include this as part of the regime, that could maybe help them to lessen the medication that they take as well, or even eliminate completely.
Yes.
I love that pose that you're now doing. Wow, what a twist.
It's called Gomukhasan or cow face pose. My knees are as if it's a cow face. That means exactly on top of other. But please do not be disheartened if your leg is not coming this far. It could be like this, but it's your positive attitude. When Dipalji was talking about that, in your mind, you're thinking, I'm going to do it. Yes, that's what you need, okay? So trying, getting into the right mindset. I'm going to do it. I'm going to look after my body. I'm going to care about you. Even think about the pancreas in your head. I'm literally looking at my pancreas. I'm literally looking at my liver. I'm literally looking at my spleen. I love you. I look after you. That's what will start bringing benefit to you, okay? So cow face pose. One leg on top of the other. Exactly one knee on top of the other. Whichever knee is on the top, that hand goes from the top. And I'm going to show my back. Don't consider me rude. Just to tell you how your hands would ideally reach out. If not, hold on to a kerchief or a piece of cloth as long as you hold on to it, okay? So ideally, this is how I would do. And we are these days practicing because we are very determined that we want everyone to lead a healthy life, no diabetes, no stomach related problem. We are trying to combine Kapalbhati if people are able to. Of course, people with certain health issues, they are only allowed to do the asana, not Kapalbhati along with the asanas. Okay, so this is called Gomukhasan, right leg on the top, right hand goes at the top, and left hand goes from the bottom. You sit tall. The key in yoga is, and I'm always very strict about good pose, good tall spine. You need that all the time. Otherwise, you are probably going to get half of the benefit of what you are doing. Okay, so sitting tall, and if you do not have any condition which will prevent you to do Kapalbhati, then you can do few Kapalbhati breathing strokes. Like this, and we swap. And the other way around. The more twist you do, you can understand what you are activating. This is actually indirectly activating your pancreas, because here we are more working with our root chakra and sacral chakra here because of the pose that we are holding here. Okay, but all the, you know that they are along the line of the spine, and nobody knows more than Haniji. Haniji is appreciating that fact. Yeah, so definitely solar plexus cannot work on its own. Okay, it does need cooperation from all other chakras as well. And definitely the energy from the root that comes is going to energize solar plexus as well. Yeah, and the solar plexus will definitely keep all the organs in your abdominal area happy. So that's other way of doing Gomukhasan. Just rushing a little bit because I have a few more very important asanas to cover. After this, I'm moving on to few asanas which can be done while lying down and 2 while standing. Okay, so I would request to stand if anyone is joining, if not watching me, but pardon me if you, I have a bit of space issue today. Hopefully I can still focus myself.
Yeah, if you just lift a little bit of the camera, that would be great.
I did try to.
It's okay. We can't see our dear Nabanita. You know, it could be a look-alike doing it for us. There you
See
go.
me now?
Perfect, my dear.
Yeah. So there is one asan which is called Utkatasana, which is again excellent, especially for diabetic people, because diabetic people do need to give some pumping action to your toes. So walking is one of the best exercises. My recommendation is, if you, to prevent diabetes, make sure to have a walking habit at least for 15-20 minutes every day. And if you already know that you're diabetic, twice if you can manage walking, because when these heals, there are lymph nodes underneath and the calves. If the lymph nodes are activated, they also in turn indirectly help the diabetic people to, cure the diabetes, or help to control. I should not say cure in the first place, control the diabetes. And this is one of the exercises which kind of gives that pumping action. So bring your hands forward like this and go sideways so it's visible. Okay, you're going to come up on your toes like this. Stay there like that for 10 seconds. Sorry, I came down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then go down and you're going to squat. But you're still on your toes if you can. Down. And you're going to come up on your toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you're going to squat down. But you can only go down as much as you are able to do it. You don't need to go all the way down. Remember the good attitude, and slowly you increase your stamina. Okay, this is one. There is another one which is also excellent. So keep your feet apart. Okay, make gentle fist. You are going to go back. So breathe in as you go back. Bring your hands up. Again, bending, making sure you don't feel dizzy if you bend backwards. In that case, you are going to stay straight. And now as you breathe out, always bending down technique, you have to remember to push your bottom behind. Stretch your body in right angle first, because you're not bending your back. And go down. Touch your toes with your palms. Touch it. Now take the hands behind. Oops, sorry, it's the space constraint. And hands up. And hold it like that. Hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you're going to bring your hand down like it came. Down, touching the feet again. And you're slowly bringing yourself up again. And you repeat like that one more time. That was breathing in as I went up. Breathing out before that, pushing the bottom behind. And going down. Hands, grabbing hold of the hands. And hold it. Not holding for 10 seconds because we might run out of time. Bringing it down, touching the feet again. And coming up. And relax. So this is one exercise. These can be repeated at least 10 and up to 20 times. This is going to activate the whole stomach area, your whole body, kind of like, your whole body exercise. Okay. Now there are a few lying down poses, which I think I'll be able to cover, because one important thing after lying down is Shavasana, which should not be skipped.
This is a relaxation pose, is that right?
Kind of. After I've shown a few other poses, which I'm going to demonstrate while lying, which is, so first one is always you need to make sure you safely lie down sidewise. You never bring yourself on your back abruptly. You lie down, and preference is lie down on left and then bring yourself on your back. Now this is one asana that I'm going to recommend, that even if you don't get time to do anything else, the Mandukasana, the frog pose, that should not be missed. This is the second one. which should not be missed out. If I'm going to give you 3 poses, if you can't manage all 10. Okay, so for that, you need to fold one leg at a time. So fold your right leg first as you're breathing out. Interlock your fingers. Breathe out completely. Hug your right leg. Now here, if you have any kind of neck problem, you should not be lifting your head. You are just going to do this. But if you are otherwise okay, you're going to bring your head forward, touch on the right knee, and you're going to hold it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and gently release. Okay, we'll repeat the same on the other side. Breathe out, hug the knee on your chest, bring your head forward, touch the nose, and release. So this is called Ardha Pavan Muktasan, which is the half wind releasing pose. The name is very funny, but it is something which kind of activates, of course, works with your pancreas, but at the same time releases the bad wind, which might be trapped in your knee joints, might be trapped in your tummy. Excellent one to even start your day with. And Purna Pavan Muktasan is hugging both the knee close to your chest. You breathe out, and if your head, you do not have any spondylitis or neck problem, then lift your head and hold it. Can you see the massage your stomach is getting? And you release. So this is your second one, which you should not miss. Third one, which you should not miss, is called Uttan Padasana, which means it could be, now if you have to judge your body. If you have any lower back problem, you may find it very hard to keep your both the legs lifted. In that case, only one leg. But ideally, if you bring both the legs up, and that has to be done with breathe out. So start with breathing and breathe out. And so what happens is when you breathe out, you tighten your tummy muscle, and then you tighten your bottom muscle. You engage your core, and then lift both the legs up. And keep it, the longer you keep it, the more you're activating your pancreas and whole of your solar plexus, okay? And slowly you can increase the time as you get more used to. So these 3 asanas, Mandukasana, which is the frog pose, Pavan Muktasan, which was the wind releasing pose, Uttan Padasana, which is this leg lifting at, and the smaller the angle is, the more benefit it gives and more difficult it is, okay? So, but make sure to engage your core by tightening your tummy, tightening your buttock muscle, which will give you the more stamina to keep your legs lifted up. Next, one very important, it's called Padangushta Nasagra Spashasana, which is very big name, which means, let me show. So I'm going to fold one leg, grab hold of the foot, and bring it close to your chest. And if you do not have any neck related issue, bring your head forward and touch the toe onto your nose, tip of your nose. That's why the name is Padangushta Nasagra Sparshasana. Okay, excellent one for any kind of stomach related issue. And you do the same thing. Now breathe in, breathe out. When you are bringing the leg, you are breathing in. The moment you bring it close to your chest, you're breathing out, and then you're bringing your nose and touching the toe. This is one leg at a time. The more effective one is if you can do it with both the legs together. So keep your toes touched. Okay. Keep your feet touched, interlock your fingers. And now you're going to bring it close to your chest as you breathe out. And then again touching it with your nose. Okay. So this is called Padangushta Nasagra Sparshasana. An excellent one. Another excellent one is called, again, working on your core quite a lot, is boat pose. Okay. And boat pose preparatory pose was the Uttan Padasana, where 2 legs were already up And what you're going to do is you're going to kind of half sitting pose, okay, like that. And you're going to spread. Sorry, here my camera is a bit funny. Let me see if I can focus. So my legs are like that. And I'm going to bring myself up. Okay. So that is
This must be excellent for the stomach as well, for stomach training, right? And to flatten your tummy.
Yeah, for ab.
Absolutely.
Okay, and now lie down relaxed. Okay. Because you need to give yourself some time. And because we have done few this way bending, we have to do one or two at least other way bending. Otherwise, what will happen? Your spine will not be in proper balance. Before that, you twist few times and do the other balancing. So spread your hands and fold your legs. Okay, we're going to twist, and this is another way of activating your solar plexus. So you're going to twist both the knees together on one side, and the upper body part and your head is going to twist on the other side. Okay.
This is very good for tight backs as well, isn't it? When a lot of people complain of lower back pain. So yes. This is a very good way to open up all the tight knots at the back.
Yeah, this twist actually helps to set right, especially works very well with your lower back. Yeah, you are absolutely right. And do the other way around. But again, as I'm talking, I'm not able to show the breathing, breathe out. It has to be always with deep, long breathing, breathe out. So if I was doing without any talking, I would do breathing first. As I was breathing out, I'll drop the knees on one side, look on the other side. And then as I'm breathing in, I'm going to bring it up. Now I've done some twisting, I've done some balancing. I'm going to roll over to my tummy just because we don't have much time. We're going to do cobra pose because that will perfectly balance all the bending that we have done other way around. So I'm going to bring my palms on both sides of my chest and I'm going to breathe in and engage my core. That means tightening my bottom muscle and bring myself up. But I'm not going to bring myself up so much so that my stomach is completely off the floor. No, the bottom part underneath my belly button should stay still touched. My target is to bend my spine backwards as much as I can. Again, if I'm able to engage my neck, I look up. Otherwise, depending on my body condition, I look forward. Okay, and come down. We can even do some twisting in cobra pose. It has a twisting variation. In that case, your legs will be split and you come up and you twist. This is another way of, again, activating your lower back is taken care definitely, and your stomach area is also being taken care. So
I'll have to try this one. I haven't done this one before. So you just do a straight up and then you twist your body as well at the same time.
Yes,
very beautiful.
And you twist on your right side to look at your left heel, and then gently bring yourself down, and then you come up and then twist on the other side to look at the opposite heel. So split your leg for that reason. So it's easier to look at the heel. And you come down. This is an excellent hip twisting one, and it really makes your lower hip mobile. That joint, that lumberjack spine, it really works well with that. And then there is another variation where it gives a total stretch. Right palm on top of the left. And again, keep engaging your buttock muscle. So your stress on your lower back is reduced and also strengthens your glute muscle very well. Okay, and breathe in, bring yourself up. Again, recommendation is engage your neck if you can without any spondylitis or any kind of neck issue. And you come down. Breathe in, come up. You can always take it as you want. It can be done as part of just towards the end of your exercise as a stretch. Or if you want, this can be taken as your exercise. You can increase the intensity. Okay. Once we have done all the balancing, you must make sure and you come back on your back Completely leave yourself relaxed. Palms facing the ceiling. Eyes closed. Legs should be at least a foot apart. Hands away from the body. And bringing smile to yourself. And start appreciating each and every body part for their contribution, for what they have done to us. Because without their help, we would not have done all these poses that we tried to do to help our system. And when you start thanking them, they start thanking you. And you literally feel that vibration, that positive vibration, the thank you note. It's like coming from all directions and filling up your body. And when you feel that, your body goes into the rest and digest mode. When you activate the rest and digest mode, you know that your body is going to go into a balanced state, bringing harmony into your body. It's going to energize all the energy centers, all the chakras. They're going to work in tandem to bring perfect balance. Because when our body goes out of balance, that's when things don't work properly. Something or the other things go out of the order. And we are going to help ourselves. Already we have done so much of asanas exercises. Let's appreciate ourselves. When we do that, our happy hormone is going to secrete. And that is what is going to bring the calmness in our mind, in our nervous system, bringing perfect balance, connecting our mind and soul with our body. For a moment, we'll join our palms together and rest our head on the palms. Roll over yourself onto the left side. Sleep like baby for a few seconds. And if you're ready to come up, then bring yourself, keeping your eyes closed, just gently bring yourself up. Sit in a comfortable sitting pose. Let's hold Gyan Mudra. As you are keeping your eyes closed, although I showed only asanas and poses, the breathing exercises are also key to addressing any kind of physical ailments, and especially for diabetes. You have to make sure to practice Kapalbhati if you are not restricted otherwise. And to bring a perfect balance, make sure if you have practiced 5 minutes of asana, you have to come to a sitting pose, do Anulom Vilom or simple Bhastrika. Bhastrika is nothing but deep long breathing, breathe out. And Anulom Vilom, Anulom Vilom is something that I'm going to show just a few rounds so that we don't miss out. So the way Anulom Vilom is done is because in yoga, we consider the right nostril, right side is Surya Nadi and left side is Chandra Nadi. So that means this is the hot side and this is the cold side.
So when you say sun or moon, right? Sun or moon.
Sun or moon. This side is sun and this side is left side is moon. So we bring balance and make sure because when we do all the asanas and Kapalbhati, we activate the sympathetic nervous system. It is quite important to activate the parasympathetic nervous system as well. So I know we are a bit short of time, just any Gyan Mudra is ideal anytime. You hold one hand in Gyan Mudra and the other hand, you are going to kind of take it to the base of the thumb. It's quite a lot of technique involved. I'll just make it simple. And then use fingers to close your right nostril first, deep long breathing through your left. And then close the left, open the right.
We can't actually see your face, Nabanita.
Oh, sorry.
You have to. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
So I'll start again. So close your right nostril, breathe in through your left. Hold it and close your left. Breathe out through right. Again, breathe in through right. Close the right, open the left. And this way of breathing in and out is making sure to connect your right with left and making sure you are keeping yourself calm, because most of the times the diabetic people tend to be quite agitated. It is very important for them to keep their nervous system calm and cool. That itself brings plethora of benefits along with curing and controlling diabetes. So with that, I think I have come to the end of my session. Hope this will make you able to diabetes if you practice.
It was amazing. It was so good, Navanita. And also the fact that so many people suffer from diabetes, and this would be so brilliant. Natural, beautiful way to keep yourself fit. Great to keep, yourself active as well, because the body can start getting lazy. So these are such wonderful ways to do things naturally, to keep yourself fit in a very natural way. So Navanita, thank you so much for that. Just to finish off here, I know we're going to very shortly move on to Alexandra, who's going to be joining us from Croatia. Amazing woman. You need to meet her soon. And you're going to be really delighted to meet her. But Navanita, before we finish off, just to finish off, you mentioned as well for diabetes, is there just 3 tips you can finish off with, just a quick minute tip that you could give to everybody? 3 main tips for diabetes sufferers of what they should remember to help them.
Yeah, so one thing is you have to make sure that you have to keep yourself calm and cool. So good rest is very important. It's not only the exercises. And second is, yes, you need exercises. You have to do walking at least once a day, if not twice, because diabetic people have to stay active. They cannot be sitting for more than 10 minutes. They have to stay active. So if you are wearing Fitbit or any kind of devices, please make sure to look at your steps. And if at all, out of the 10 sets of asanas I have shown, if you don't have time for more, at least 3 of them that I was mentioning, the frog pose, which is Mandukasana, but have to be performed in empty stomach before your main meal to be able to bring control over the insulin. And then the leg lifting one, which was the Uttan Padasana, and the wind releasing one, the Pavan Muktasana, those 3 asanas.
Right, lovely. That is brilliant. Thank you so much. So I just thought that, there's no excuse for anybody out there. If you are suffering from diabetes or if you're on the borderline, then this is a great way. At least start incorporating these wonderful tips that Navanita has shared with us. And Navanita, thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on Healing Our Earth and sharing your amazing treasure, all this wonderful treasure full of knowledge. And we absolutely love having you around with us. So I hope you're going to join us again in the future to continue sharing your lovely knowledge with our audience members. And, and help, and I'm sure that many people who are suffering from diabetes will really, really, gain from your, suggestions, information and exercises that you've shared. So thank you. So with that, I think I'm going to be moving on to our next guest. Do stay around here, Navanita. And I would love to introduce to you a wonderful lady called Alexandra Horwood, who is, hello, global namaste to you, Alexandra.
Global namaste, honey. Nice to see you again.
Absolutely.
It was a wonderful class.
It was a fantastic class, wasn't it? Now, before we move on, let me see if I can do a quick little introduction, just in case people don't know who this wonderful, gorgeous, smiling lady is. But let me tell you a little bit about her. This is Alexandra Horwood, and she's a versatile journalist with multinational experience in media and the corporate world. She decided to turn her passion, yoga and meditation, into a full-blown profession, which is amazing. And she's going to be sharing some of that with us today. She opened her first yoga school in Stuttgart, which is in Germany. And nevertheless, she decided she needs more training in meditation and spent the following 12 years. Yes, she dedicated 12 years of her life in the south of France, accomplishing a strict 3-year retreat in a Tibetan Buddhist tradition, where she's receiving many teachings from the great teachers, which includes the Dalai Lama, who I'm a great fan of, and of course others. She moved to London in 2017 and founded Happy Stance Yoga. As you can tell, she already is a very happy looking lady. So she's probably perfect at teaching us how to remain happy. And she co-founded Pause to Breath, bringing the therapeutic values of yoga and meditation to those who are often left deprived of its benefits through a lack of information, financial resources, or confidence even. That's amazing. So she's a very giving person, as you can tell. Now, we all know the impact of sleep or lack of it on human health. And today you will learn which techniques help you to get to sleep more quickly and which exercises you should do and not do before going to bed. So rest is definitely essential, as she will share with you today. But for keeping you, that it helps you to keep you alert, it helps you to keep you energetic, it helps you to also build your body's defenses against infection, chronic illness, and even a heart disease. So today we're going to have Alexandra from Croatia, who is going to be sharing yoga for better sleep. And I think everybody would love to know more about this. Here she is. So hello, dear Alexandra, please come on board and tell us all about who, first of all, a real welcome to our Healing on Earth. And second thing is, where do you get that beautiful smile of yours from? That's what I want to know.
I think it's infectious, honey. I think it's infectious. I just see you and you have to smile. There is I can't resist. It's the
You're so amazing. I love actually hanging around with happy people, to be honest, which is brilliant. Yeah, it is quite infectious, to be honest. You're right. So tell me, Alexandra, you've done such amazing things. Your background is media, like me, actually. My master's was in public relations and media. So but you went from there to becoming full-time yoga teacher, and you're sharing this wonderful knowledge with so many people out there. Can you tell us, what brought you on this journey? I mean, what made you feel that this you need to change from the corporate world to a spiritual one?
Yeah, it's quite a long story, but make it short. It's I come from Croatia, where I moved now back to Croatia. So I used to be a journalist. I like to go out. I like to meet people. I like to write about the different kinds of things. But then, we had a war, honey. So that was very difficult time. And I was only 20. I was very young. I was studying political sciences, journalism. I worked, my brother was in army. We didn't know where he was for months. And so we just kept going, and we went to the classes. We were doing interviews under in bunkers, and so it was a very stressful moment. But of course, because I was young and everybody went through, I never noticed the impact it had on me and my health and my colleagues. So I worked then after the war stopped as a journalist, but I just realized this was not really what I want to do, because I like to inform people. But then it ends up, how it is in a media world, the editors would change the title, make it very different than what my original intention was. So I wanted to have something where I have control over the information, the delivery of information. So I decided then I have to really learn more about yoga, about the mind and body, healing connection. So actually, I went to the hospice long time ago. I think it was 92, and interviewed a lady. She was there, a director of hospice, and she was 90 years old, and she was really so wonderful. She had this smile like you, honey. She was so peaceful and kind and just balanced. And I was like, oh, I really want to be like her, and I want to help her. And then I started also helping there and learning more about yoga. And then I moved to US and I studied more about yoga. I moved to Germany. I did a 4-year retreat, but teacher training, like really, really intensive one. And just to learn. I never thought I'd be a yoga teacher. I was still a journalist and juggling both things. But then I decided I can't do that both really well. And really, I had severe burnout. And then I had it again. I was like, this is not going to end up well. So I have to learn to balance that. I went to France, I did a retreat. And then I came out of the retreat and I really want to share what I learned. And And also because I can relate to everything what people went through. I had a lot of autoimmune diseases regarding, the burnout, a lot of insomnia, many, menopause, all kinds of things. So I can really experientially, but also professionally relate to many problems like chronic pain issues, different things. So,
and do you think we can, because there are many people who suffer from all of this in the world, as you probably know now, there are so many, and it's getting worse. Because I sometimes find it very interesting that all our older generation who used to live in villages in India, for example, none of them ever had flu, nobody had any illnesses, they never had body pain, there was no diabetes or heart disease or anything. And they ate very simple foods. It wasn't even that you have to eat, this many smoothies and this many whatever. They were just so simple with the way they lived. But they're always happy. They always had lovely community connection. They used to work in the fields, perhaps, to have lovely oxygen with the, it's just amazing how many people are getting ill and have health issues nowadays, even with technological advancement.
or especially because of them, honey, the children nowadays and their parents, we just spend time in front of televisions or mobile phones. We don't socialize. There is no weekend for social media. There is no out of working hours. It's constantly. So we are tempted. Now temptation is the most difficult thing to resist. So I do it. I woke up, again, like at 4:30, and then I went just check quickly my friends what they do all over the world. So it's very tempting, but that's why this attention and distraction. We have to really, just like the lady before me, she said, rest, but also action. And human behavior, we exaggerate. Always we go to one or the other extreme. So
yes, the balanced lifestyle. Yeah, balanced lifestyle is very important. And also they say, isn't it, that nowadays people, they may have intelligence like IQ in terms of intelligence. Well, it's really important to have emotional IQ, a social IQ, and there are other IQs that people don't really think about, but how to relate to another person, how to be a bit more sensitive, have time to talk to somebody. So nowadays people may not have that kind of ability to have really strong connections with other human beings even. So you're absolutely right. And the sleep deprivation that people have nowadays, I believe there is so much things, even technology, Wi-Fi, all these things that are around in the atmosphere are also affecting people's sleep patterns.
Absolutely. And it starts at young age. When I lived in Germany, in Stuttgart, I used to teach in kindergartens, 2 years old, about the value of sleep, about the value of, as you said, social intelligence, emotional intelligence, how to take care of your body, all just for a little yoga class where they learn how to breathe, how to not judge others or themselves. It has to start at young age, and we don't learn that in school. Before, we learned it from our grandparents, as you said, because they embodied that. We didn't have to even learn, they embodied that. So
absolutely. But now all the families are broken. They don't really live in extended families anymore. So, and children get left with childcare people, and when both parents are working, and you don't even give that quality care and time to your children sometimes. And then working Saturday, Sunday, so much other things are going on. People are stressed, not even having, and when I think when parents also have that stressful feeling, that energy goes to their children as well without them realizing. And all these vibrations are being exchanged, with people around you in the environment that you're in. So if your dad or mom or everybody's stressed, they don't realize it's all affecting the little children too, and they're growing up in that atmosphere.
Exactly. And that's why it's so wonderful to have this kind of platform healing our earth. But of course, it's not like we heal the earth, but not the inhabitants of the earth. It's everybody benefits. We will take better care of ourselves, of each other, of the planet Earth. So it's really important to work on all those levels, like spiritual, emotional, physical, mental. And then all it manifests, I think, in rest, in sleep. Because we can distract ourselves during the day and say, oh, I'm fine, or I can, be whatever we do with the body. But when you lie down in bed, everything kind of comes to you, back to you, whatever you have done during the day. So that's why it's really important not like even if it's like yoga for better sleep. It's all day, everyday activities, routine. Like I usually teach people, even when they brush their teeth in the morning, that will have an effect how they sleep, because they should really do that. Focus without like having these ripples of thoughts going rumination all over the place, and then, as you said, engages negatively sometimes our family members and so on. But
Yes,
if
I
you
think
really
what you
stay
just
centered,
what you said is very important. What you just mentioned about brushing the teeth, I think that's really important, because they, even spiritual teachers will always teach you, whatever you do, do it with full awareness. So if you're brushing your teeth, feel the energy, feel the smell, feel the thing that your teeth is cleaning. So instead of saying, "Oh, today I've got this to do, I've got that to do, I have to rush to my meeting after," so you're not actually cleaning your teeth at that time because you're too busy. Your thoughts are somewhere else. So they say that whatever you do, do it with full awareness. If you're talking to somebody, do it like listen, don't hear, but listen to every word so that you can understand, what they're actually saying. Because you find that sometimes people are talking, you're not really listening, and so, oh yeah, but you haven't actually heard because you're not fully aware. So I think that what you're saying is absolutely very, very powerful, and with the sleep deprivation or sleep issues that people have, even my mother, she has problems sleeping. She's elderly though, but at the same time, sometimes they go through these phases when there's too much on their mind that they can't sleep or something is happening that's affected the sleeping patterns.
exactly, and sometimes then also that creates new anxiety, or, oh, I'm going to bed now, I know I'm not going to be able to sleep, and it's like a vicious cycle. So we never know what was before or what, but we have to, I think, treat first the everyday routines, like you said, brushing teeth. Do that. If you talk to someone, talk to them. If you chop vegetables, just chop vegetables. But you can still do it in Tadasana, you can do in the mountain pose, you can stand on one leg doing half tree pose. You can do these things, but do it mindfully, really, to be always aware of your body and mind, to be in really healing, connected relationship, not working against each other.
Yeah,
But how is
absolutely.
it?
Yeah,
It's difficult.
and Alexandra, today I know you're going to be sharing some. Are you going to be sharing some exercises? Are you doing a presentation? What will you be sharing with us today so that we can help our audience members? If anyone out there is having sleep issues, any sleep pattern, problems or any challenges, I think that this will be the time when you should sit down quietly and listen to dear Alexandra. She's got lots and lots of experience in this field, and she's going to be sharing some really important information. So, Alexandra, what will you be sharing right now?
Thank you, honey. I observed what was happening today because I didn't want it. We repeat ourselves, and since yoga is such a vast science and philosophy and a worldview, and I'm really ready to improvise because I saw there was a lot of physical exercises. So I think that was wonderful. If people have done that with the participants before, that would be really good. So I would maybe start with something that I haven't seen that has been done today, more like about the breath and the jaw. I think some people say they have problem with jaw joints, and it's like it really prevents them from sleep, or they can't have really restful sleep, or they really engage even during office hours. If they are on the computer, they really have tight, they clench their teeth.
They grind their teeth, right? So the dentist will say to you that, oh, your teeth look like you really grind them, without you realizing some people even have the plastic things to go to sleep with on their teeth. So they don't grind their teeth because they don't realize that they're so stressed that they actually, yes, I do understand. Yes.
Yes, so I did plan a little bit more like opening the chest and breathing. Maybe we'll come to that. I know there is another class at 6, so I will shorten my session definitely. So maybe we will start with something for the jaw joints, and it will not be very flattering because we will use the tongue and we will move the tongue inside of the mouth. So and it's really all to release the jaws. But so much we hold with it on our shoulders. So shoulders go up, we clench teeth. So I would really like everyone, if you don't want that other members of family look at you, you just, look away to somewhere, because we will put the tongue inside of the mouth. We'll do one side of the face first, and then go just poke the cheek from inside, just like this. We will first I'll do the right side. So just really use the tongue, and I'll tell you why. But first, just use the tongue just for the right side of the cheek. And now we will go in like a little half circle from the base of the nose, right nostril, to the, like a little bit next to the chin. So just go like a horseshoe. Good. And now let's do real half circle.
And what is this actually doing? Is it opening up any tightened nerves, or what is it actually doing when we do this?
So I already feel difference between my left and right side.
Yes, me too.
Yes.
You can see the blood flowing there.
Exactly. It is the tongue is very powerful muscle. So heart, tongue, it's the root of the tongue is really where it's based. When we engage the tongue, it engages actually the front of the body, the collarbones, everything here. And then when we a little bit open the top jaw, loosen up the lower jaw, we really start working with the skull, and everything behind and the neck can loosen up. And it's really fascinating that everything can be done, a lot of inner exercise with the tongue. So let us do now the left side, and just really feel where the root of the tongue is and how it massages and lifts. The whole spine gets lifted up when you do that. Let us explore the left side.
Absolutely.
Just poking first. Then little half circle. And then half circle. And let us now do the last thing, the full circle, both directions.
Ooh, it feels like a proper little exercise, doesn't it? On the
I'm sweating. It is really something that people think, oh, it's just
wow.
one tongue.
Wow, it really makes you, and it feels like the whole face has been kind of massaged and exercised around this area. Yes, absolutely. Definitely.
Exactly.
It's surprising how much stress is definitely stored around this area, around your face, isn't it?
That's such a simple and effective exercise, especially like in the bed. You don't know what to do. Do this exercise. It will move and remove the old actions and whatever. And you really need to focus. You really need to focus on what you're doing. So it will really just get you into the space and time where you are. And then maybe you will relax easier. Especially also now I thought maybe, honey, we can do some exercises for just simple jaw exercises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually they do that, the speakers, the singers. Yes, so you know all of this, but let us maybe just undo the lower jaw, just let it really drop it and move a little bit to the left and right, but without forcing it, just a little bit left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Good. And now we can do a little bit, again, half circle, half, like a small horseshoe, and then we will do like really a little bit bigger. So we are going left and a little bit up, Then we're going back to the center, right, and a little bit up. So do it very, very slowly because it's really about unlocking, releasing this tightness in the jaw. So let us do it very, very slowly and mindfully. Good. I noticed here on the right side, for me, there is a little bit more tension.
Me
So
too.
I have
My
to-
right side is a bit more tension here.
Yeah.
Then the left one is easier. The right one's a bit of tightness there. Absolutely.
Yes. So I don't know, honey, but do you use your right hand? Are you right-handed?
I'm a right-handed person. Yes.
Yes.
I wish I was left-handed. It does look very sexy.
So I think it has, we really notice because it can't be, it is these muscles here are contracted. So by doing this, using the tongue exercise, using the lower jaw moving exercise, we can slowly really be aware of some other, why does it hold so tight? So I didn't mention before, like sitting straight and upright. It's really important if you lie down, also that you really, not that the head does not tilt to one side. It's extremely important that we support the spine and the head. It's a heavy thing. I'm not just talking about what's inside, but it's really heavy. So I always tell to my students to be like a helium balloon. So it just wants to go, like it's a birthday party, and it wants to go up toward the ceiling. So just feel how the neck becomes long, naturally long, and your head, the crown of the head wants to go up toward the ceiling.
And I think that's also important because your spine, although it starts right from the lower where all the wonderful nerves are all balled together, clumped together at the bottom of your spine, but the whole thing is elongated, and it also has all the nerves around the bottom of your neck here, and it moves on so that it kind of feeds your brain, doesn't it? So by having it nice and straight instead of bent, you're not curling any of those wonderful nerves, which are really important too.
Exactly. And as mentioned before in the class before about the parasympathicus system, the chin needs to be a little bit down. So especially if you're doing pranayama or anything, but it's really important to have chin down so the parasympathicus can be stimulated. So it's not, we know now it's the resting phase of the day, resting time. So we elongate the cervical spine, but really gently, really just thinking about the helium balloon wants to go up, the head goes up toward the ceiling. So it feels light. And you can then release your shoulder. You can keep lifting the breastbone, sternum up toward the ceiling and relaxing the back, relaxing your back muscles, relaxing shoulder blades toward a chair or sofa, wherever you are at the moment. Just really releasing the back of the body, upper back, mid back, and feeling how shoulder blades go down toward waist and toward the spine, and maybe a little bit into the body. So this will also give more space for the front of the body, for the front of the lungs and the side of the rib cage, for lungs to engage. And of course, for the diaphragm, the engine of breath, also to have more space to do its job. So
absolutely. Yeah, and then you normally find that by sitting, you'll notice that those people who don't do this, as time goes on, their back will start moving, starting to bend a bit as well. So that will probably give them more issues as well later on in terms of health-wise, because it's not allowing things to move smoothly. So by doing what you're just mentioning just now, keeping everything quite open and flowy, you prevent all those bent, I think there's a lot of people who have that little lump at the back of the neck that starts bending over.
Exactly. It's everything is like in front of us. Everything is always in front of us. And as you mentioned before, we are not anymore in those like nice old ages. We kind of when we worked a lot with our hands, when we engaged, when we did twists and we were, cutting the grass and, so it's everything in front of us. That's why I think this area is maybe let us do something for that area here, the armpits, It's very simple exercise. We just move arms behind us and lift elbows really up, but shoulders should stay down. So if you have a chair that limits you, maybe sit on the front of the chair and then move your elbows up. So why do we do that? We move it so that we really stretch the front of the body and relax the back of the body. Try to feel that. Arms and hands are really relaxed. Fingertips down, not forward. So really like a marionette, feel like you're on a little, yes. But shoulders, really try to have shoulders down. And your inner elbows, imagine like they're magnets. You want to really bring your inner elbows together, but don't lift your shoulders up. Bring the shoulders down. And those free movements of shoulder blades down toward the waist, toward each other, into the body. Ah, that feels good. And now relax your arms and completely opposite. Bring your shoulders up in front of you and high, like really, and feel this wonderful stretch in the back. Bring it as high as you can. Front, and then again back. And do that a couple of times in your own tempo. Use your breath. So like that, really rhythmically, go slowly, bringing your elbows up and behind, and then in front of you, and bring your shoulders up, but in front of you. We often like this focus on shoulders, and I would really like us to focus on shoulder blades. Either you're already in bed and want to fall asleep, or you're waking up, or you're in front of your computer, or you cook dinner, or you watch television, or you drive. Think about shoulder blades. Shoulder blades have to go down into the body, toward the spine. And then, as we said, and Ami said, the cervical spine needs to have that little curve, but it's really, the head has to be above the pelvis and above the rib cage. It cannot go forward. The digestive system, the respiratory, everything will be influenced in a not a good way. So think about head, think about shoulder blades, where your shoulders are. Don't try just to push them back. Shoulder blades will pull shoulders back. So we'll focus on the root of the arms. It's like our wings. So our wings start in the back, shoulder blades. It's not the shoulders. Shoulders are just joints. So we don't work with joints. We work with muscles and bigger groups of muscles. So I hope these are like a little bit of just tips for you to loosen the jaw. We started with the jaw, we started with the tongue. Then we have to lift the breastbone always up to elongate the space around the diaphragm. And simply breathe. That's like so difficult sometimes just to remember. It's something that's always there. The daily guide, one thing that we can count on, the breath is there. We take it for granted. But really breathe.
And also when people breathe, they breathe so shallow that they're not actually ensuring that they're filling their body with the oxygen that they really need to nourish every single cell. So when they breathe shallow instead of deep, where the whole of the lungs are filled, you will find that they're doing quite shallow breathing, like when you're stressed, you know, or when you're really angry, or going there's a quick breath. So it's not really you're not using your lungs fully. So you're right, if you're doing these things, when you breathe correctly, you're actually using the whole lung capacity. At the moment, I believe we only use 20 or 25% of our lung capacity. So really, the breathing is very important.
Exactly. Some of my yoga teachers, they really have a very, very big rib cage, huge rib cage, because they really developed through pranayama. And just when you coordinate the breath and the movement, it really helps you also to center your mind, to to have less anxiety about the future, or you just think constantly about the past. You really have to be in present moment. So just like that, whatever you do, for instance, we can do one more exercise for that. It's just stretching arms like this, stretching arms a little bit sideways, but more down, and just feeling these muscles here, how they're being engaged. And you can breathe in the sides of the rib cage, in the back of the rib cage. So bring the fingertips down as if there were people pulling you like away for your hands, for the wrists. And you keep resisting because your head wants to go up. You don't want to just go down. You still sit straight, shoulder blades go down. And then just simple thing like this, moving your palms then to the back, you will see the different muscles are being engaged. Still, we keep bringing the breastbone up. And then use your breath when you change the position of your hand. Palms forward. Palms back. So just learning to be aware of the breath. And we all have different length of the breath, different tempo. So do it in your own tempo, couple of times. Really stretch for the fingertips. Good.
Wow, this is so powerful, isn't it? I loved it when, when you stretch the fingers, but when you turn it around, you can literally feel different muscles being used here, which we don't tend to use much because we may use the muscles here most of the times as we're carrying things. We're not really using the other muscles. But as you turn it around, you can actually really feel this beautiful stretch that's coming through. And it's amazing, isn't it? How many muscles we have in our whole body that we don't really think about because our whole human body needs to use everything, isn't it? We're carrying this and pulling something. No wonder we pull our muscles, etc., because we're not using certain muscles in the way they should be used.
And we are not aware. And this is exactly, honey, what I always ask the students to be aware what is happening, to just tell me when they have their hand stretched out here, which muscle they feel.
Yes.
Which muscle? Exactly.
I can also feel the whole muscle here, which is beautiful. And actually, they say that by turning your hands completely here and just lifting it back, you will start finding that all the, we sometimes get this soft flab here. It starts tightening up, just by twisting and then lifting the hands to the back from both sides. And you will find that it stretches this whole area in a beautiful way. And it doesn't even hurt you, like if you're holding weights.
Exactly.
Sometimes when you're holding weights, you can pull your muscle and then you're going to hurt your muscle. And, it's that you're ripping the muscles at times, to build, etc. But here it's done in a very natural way, like a body is meant to, natural stretches and things.
And everyone can do it. I teach that in care homes, in everywhere, in offices. You don't need to buy any new gadgets, nothing. You can just simply like that, stretching your arm and turning, rotating your hand. It does a lot. And as a side effect, you said we can strengthen our upper arms muscles, our upper back. We can open here the front of the body and the lungs get more capacity. So it's yoga is wonderful. I really don't like to say I'm a yoga teacher. I'm a yoga student. I just learn every day, and I just love yoga.
You're
amazing.
Very humble, but you have some amazing exercise that you've shared. Plus, you've also worked with some of the most, the profound spiritual leaders like Dalai Lama. How did you? Are you learning from the Dalai Lama, or how did you connect with the Dalai Lama?
So he inaugurated the temple in south of France where I stayed. So he came there, and then of course all different lamas from all over the world, the Buddhist lamas, but also the teachers from different religions, because we really wanted, it was called Institute for Wisdom and Compassion, to promote world peace, exactly like what Healing Our Earth platform does. So there were like a local from the mosques, from the Jewish congregations, there were some Catholic priests. And so we were like all gathering and meditating and just uniting, just like what we do with our muscles. And we were uniting these muscles of our positive intentions. And for me, that was really very important.
Beautiful. You know, I always say that if you imagine that the whole world was a computer program, then if many people write a program which is to do with happiness and peace, then the actual computer will do more of that. Will work and create more the output will be more peace and etc. So if you're showing everything and you're putting aggressiveness and killing and war and and if you're writing a program to do with that, that's what people are going to get, that energy, that's the output that we will get. So it's very important that these multi-faith spiritual leaders and of course the rest of us who believe in peace and humanity come together to really give good energy for the world, to enter the world. And every single effort has an impact, as we know.
Exactly. So these ripples, we can have control which ripples we send into the world. So, but we really first have to become aware and a little bit training is
disciplined, a bit more disciplined ourselves. Because it's like, if we can't do it, then what's the point of teaching everyone else? And if you're not full yourself, full of happiness, full of patience or generosity, how will you go and teach other people to be that way, right? And one thing you did mention about healing our earth, and you mentioned about the planet. Many people think healing our earth is to do with protecting the earth and the planet. But actually, it's to do with the whole of the world, because every single one of us are part of the world, and each one of us makes a difference. Like if people threw rubbish into the sea, then somebody else in another part of the world is going to be affected, or the fish is going to get affected. So every single person in the world, on the whole planet, whatever we do is always going to affect someone else somewhere else. So the healing our earth is to do with starting with ourselves as human beings, as ourselves, helping our communities, helping our nations, and of course helping the world. So collectively we do good work, for in whichever capacity.
Exactly. And we start with one breath at a time, with one smile at a time. First, we can give what we have that is positive, and then we work to build capacity to give more and extend. But I think this is a really important, that we notice our thoughts, and that we don't judge ourselves and feel bad, because we have no control. They will come, but we just not judge them. We just notice them and then let them be, because this is this ripple. Because this is just one thought. Let it be. Let the ripple dissolve. That's it. And then there will be another sensation, another thought or memory or association. And then we just let it be. But we don't add anything to it. We don't label it. We don't feel guilty or shame or blame. So we
or
just
judge it. Yeah, don't put any meaning to it. Just let it be. Let just be aware that, oh, I had a thought like this. Oh, okay. Well, I wonder where it came from. Okay, let it go. And soon you will find, yes, because you pick up other people's thoughts as well, don't you? They say that if you have the 100 monkey syndrome, if all the monkeys are doing that, then the 101st monkey will start doing that without you even meeting them, right? Because so in a way, the thoughts are also affecting each other nowadays. As soon as you have thoughts of fear, like let's say the pandemic, or everybody's fearful, it just creates a ripple of fear. So if you create a ripple of love, compassion, that will also create its own ripples around the world, which is also important. Absolutely. You mentioned these 3 exercises here. So you did the cheek, the jaw exercise. We did the shoulders, the back of the shoulders. We stretched that side. And then, of course, we did the arms with the palms facing in the front and then twisting them around. And just by doing those 3 things, it seemed to have opened up so many areas and it just let the blood just rush through, right?
Exactly. And you said we need discipline. So it's something that it's very easy. It's not like we don't have to add anything new. Just when we sit, we read email, we can just do a little bit of this. We can do. So it's really it's very important to integrate, to make it simple. I really always want to make it very simple, and that students can be self-sufficient. They don't need me. They just know what their body needs at that time, and then they can apply that. But as you said, discipline is first for the training. We need to train, but then it comes naturally with everything, with learning how to play instrument. The discipline is necessary, really, unless we are complete some kind of miracle.
It's like your habits, isn't it? They say that just be a little bit disciplined to create the right habits. That will help. Actually, the habits will actually create your character. So and your values. So by doing something regularly, if you feel health is important for you, then of course you will, instead of sitting and complaining, you'll go and do something about it. And you're saying that you don't need to set aside 2 hours a day to do this. You could be cutting, let's say, carrots and cucumbers at home and making salad, and just doing a side, like a little stretch to the side with your legs, or like you could incorporate it. Or if you're working on your laptop, you could be standing instead of sitting and doing a little bit of an exercise with your leg whilst you're typing away, if you need it to meaning. Because we live in very busy lifestyles nowadays, don't we? So just for people out there who are listening and say, well, but I don't have time for this. Well, if your value was important, like health is important for you, you have to decide what is good for you and what is important for you. And I believe health is wealth. I don't know about you, Alexandra.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is really about integration. The same with body. When you sit, when you walk, this is yoga. Your thoughts. So we have to have a little bit of discipline to realize that what thought came to our head, and later we can really just adapt to one sort of thinking that is beneficial to us, or thoughts that are beneficial to others, that are calming, they're soothing, they're not violence inducing toward ourselves, our bodies, or others. But we have to be able to distinguish which ones are really guiding us at the moment. And sometimes I would really recommend always 5 minutes or 1 minute session of sitting, meditating, although meditation is just being familiar with your thoughts, nothing else. We call it meditation. Just be familiar what's in your head, and don't judge yourself. Give it space and time, like then the cows, the many cows and the grazing field. There's space in inner landscape. It's limitless. So no need to judge and push each other or thought, this is good, this is bad. Let them all be. And then slowly the thoughts will you will decide which one you want to keep and take care of. And so this is, I think, the future for healing ourselves, healing the planet, really giving space and time internally, not being always involved with external world. Just even if it's 30 seconds, 60 seconds, just connect. See, this is what's happening. There are many thoughts, but I'm not them. They're not me. I'm much more than that. This is just something in internal landscape. Let me space it vast inside and outside as well. Everything can exist. We can all coexist. Yes. And then just nourish the good ones that will benefit you.
Yes, absolutely. And you also mentioned about and we both know this, all spiritual leaders around the world will always talk about the inner journey. Mm-hmm. And there is an inner world and an outer world, they say. And they also say your inner world reflects your outer world and your outer world reflects your inner world. So there is a huge connection. So if you can work on your if you want to change your outer world, and if you work within yourself to change your inner world, you will automatically start changing your outer world with the way you wish, in the direction you wish to take it. If you want happier people, if you want more loving people around you, if you want, more wonderful opportunities, you give that to yourself first. You give yourself the love, you give yourself things. So whatever's within you is what you'll start experiencing outside. Is that right? Do you find that?
Absolutely, honey. This is so correct. And then also not to judge ourselves. Like if we get distracted, if we forget to meditate, if we got to stretch or loosen our jaw, it's okay. Just let it be. Don't be in the present moment. Oh, I forgot about it for a week or a month. It doesn't matter. it's okay, but now you remember, so just do it and forgive yourself and forgive others. I think it's really important to be without judgment.
Yeah, I think this is a very important point you finished off here with, because you mentioned about the fact that you should love yourself too. When it's someone else, we'll say, oh, don't worry, it's okay, we can do it again, it's okay, don't worry. We will be all kind and nice to other people. But as soon as you do something wrong, you think, oh, I'm so terrible, I did it again, I missed that, I should have done this, I feel guilty for not doing this. But why? I mean, why would you look after other people in such a loving way, but not yourself?
That's exactly. So yes, I would like to end exactly with that thought, Hani. I usually have always self-compassion practices that I think they are very connected with restful sleep, because sometimes we can have sleep, but it's not restful because we have a lot of things going on. So self-compassion and self-love, as you mentioned, is so important. Talk to yourself like you would talk to your best friend. I mean, that's why I had burnouts, because I pushed myself. I'm perfectionist. I want to do it perfectly. And if I don't do it perfectly, I'm bad and lazy. And so why do I talk? And I would tell everyone, no, don't worry. It's okay. You've done your best. So I think this is really important to do it also when you go to bed, when you want to fall asleep. Just be compassionate. Talk to yourself like you would talk to your child or your mother or someone you really love. Like, be compassionate to yourself, no judgment.
And Alexandra, is there maybe 3 tips that you could share because about the good sleep and having a nice, peaceful sleep? Is there perhaps, if people are watching right now and they want to really, having lots of disturbances when they sleep, is there maybe 3 top tips that you could share so that, we can perhaps get them to have a better sleep from this day onwards?
So I really think it's really different for each one of us, but I can say what definitely works now for me is that I really need to have cool temperature. It has to be colder than in other rooms. So I always have an open window and a weighty blanket. For some of us, it really works to have like a weight, like there, and also now you can buy weighty blankets. But if you have old-fashioned woolen blankets, just like have the weight on your body, it calms your nervous system down. You feel again like safe and secure. So the temperature, the weighted blanket, and definitely having always being aware where your spine is, how your spine is. And sometimes you have to do adjustments about your mattress and cushion and all of that. So just the placement of the spine is so crucial. So just be aware of that, the temperature and the cover and the spine, I would really say, and find what works for you. But be aware that maybe these are 3 tips that I would give to our
To make sure,
listeners.
that's a wonderful thing. And is there a way there? Is it better to sleep on the right side or left side? We read about all of this in the magazines and books. They say, well, it's better to sleep on the right side because you're away from the heart and you're not squeezing your heart, and things like that. Is that something that you found from your education that you've had?
Well, I still think it's the best to sleep on the back, because your lungs really need this space, and you are united with everything. So you are not. And sometimes if we need a little bit to feel more protected, we can hug a cushion or sleep on the side. But then it's really important to have something between your knees, for your arm. Otherwise, it's again like really stretching, and you might have problem for your shoulders. So these are slight little adjustments that you might want to think about. Always have cushions near you. You can place them between your knees or under your elbow if you sleep on a side. But I would definitely recommend everyone to try to fall asleep lying down on your back, surrendering, letting go as much as we can, and just really getting good energy from the universe and just being grateful and thankful.
That's such a wonderful tips there, amazing tips, and I think that's really amazing. I love the pillows as well, because having lots of pillows around definitely helps, doesn't it? And there are sometimes, I have my wonderful Sharon and dear Amalia who's just joined us. Maybe they want to interrogate you. I always say this, right? A global namaste to my 2 gorgeous women, my sisters, my goddesses. How are you?
Namaste, Aniji.
Namaste, dear, and hello, namaste. So I know that very soon, Alexandra, when Sharon is going to take over as a host because we have two wonderful guests who are going to be joining us shortly. But before I introduce Sharon and perhaps our dear Amalia, Dr. Wai Ching, maybe do you have any questions that you may wish to ask Alexandra? Any of you?
Well, global namaste to everyone. As always, it's a pleasure to be with you. And Alexandra, thank you so much. I know both Amalia and I have been looking at sleep issues. I'll tell you, I just purchased, I'm not wearing them today because I'm on camera, but these glasses that help with they're kind of they look like magic hour, as us filmmakers would talk about, the sunset time. And I wear them now when I'm on my computer or on my phone. And they also have been helping so much with sleep, because I think, is that your impression that the light, we spend so much time staring into these blue screens. And so these glasses shift the light, and it's been much better. So have you had any experience with this?
That's interesting, Sharon. I don't know about these glasses. I think I know they're like different color that, yes. So I think this is very important. We do whatever we can, because mind is an amazing instrument. As soon as we try to help our body and our mind, it feels better. So whatever we do, whatever little thing we can do, that's the best. We talked about food, we talked about so many things, but it's such a wonderful tip, Sharon. I would recommend it.
That's wonderful. I'll have to go and buy one of those, dear Sharon. and Amalia, because you also, you're very much into this new technology, how to protect yourselves from, I would say disturbing technology that's around us, etc. How can yoga and this new technology and things like that work together? Is there anything that you'd like to share or ask any questions based on that?
Well, I'd like to just mention that there's a condition that's concerning a lot of people, and it's called sleep apnea, right, Alexandra? And it's really not a sleep condition, it's a breathing condition, right? So I would actually like to ask Alexandra, what she has in mind about aligning yoga breathing with sleep. But since to answer your question, honey, yes, we actually use some of these technologies, and these technologies amazing negative ions fabrics that I've discovered in the last year. That I actually, they made me a face mask.
Oh God! What a scare people in the house, somebody's walking and they think, oh, she's lost it. She's hanging around with little masks on in the house.
You know what we look like when we put on a mask, right? A beauty mask.
Oh my God!
After, but not during. So this face mask is pretty scary. Good thing I sleep alone. And then so it's this face mask, and it's amazing because it covers all the way here, and with this little thing that flaps so that one can breathe. And I always remember to try and breathe with nasal breathing, because that's the practice of Brahmani yoga, pranayama, because that's nasal breathing and breathing in down into the belly, So I was just linking this up before Alexandra speaks about yoga and breathing. So with this negative ions covering on my face and a little hat, a little bunny hat.
Sharon, please don't try this, because your husband Jay is going to maybe get a bit of a shock in the middle of the night. Warn him beforehand so that he doesn't have this little heart attack thinking, oh, what the hell, who's sleeping next to me? So just in case, so just wanted to warn just in case. So do listen to Amalia's suggestions, but do make sure there's a little bit of warning given to your partner.
Well, on the subject of yoga breathing and sleep, the last yoga show we had Peter May giving the Tibetan yogic breathing exercises of the clearing the channels. And that is what I do every night before I sleep. So I do a pranayama Tibetan style, which is very similar to other styles. And that really helps me. And then to go to sleep, I do the Tibetan dream yoga practice, which we're about to hear about from Dr. Michael Katz.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let's move on to that as well, dear Sharon. I'm going to do a little introduction to Sharon as well shortly. Dear Alexandra, I just wanted to say you have been absolutely amazing. We'd love to have you back on again to talk a little bit more about many other subjects that I know you know many more subjects about. But the sleep tips and things that you've mentioned, thank you very much. I'm sure it's been so useful for people out there. I'm definitely going to do the exercises. I'm going to do the exercises, and I'm going to do all the little exercises because it's amazing. Just 3 little exercises got my blood flowing like crazy, which is beautiful. So thank you. You have a lovely day. Keep up the wonderful work. Keep smiling as you always do. And a global namaste to you, dear Alexandra.
Global namaste. Thank you so much. I'll be watching you all now. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So there you go. That was our wonderful Alexandra. Did you not enjoy that? She was amazing. Wasn't she amazing? All the way from Croatia. Can you believe it? She left her corporate work, like in terms of media work, because she's a journalist. And she went off to study about yoga for 12 years plus. And working with Dalai Lama and all sorts of different people, where she's been learning these wonderful Buddhist yoga traditions and passing it on to people. Amazing, transforming lives, also helping people who can't afford yoga to help people like that as well. Very giving lady. So before I move on, Sharon, I would love to do a little introduction to you, if that's okay, so that before we start. Now, many of you have seen our dear Sharon, but if you're just joining us for the first time, then I just wanted to do a quick little introduction about this lovely, amazing, super talented woman. This is Sharon Rose, all the way from USA. And she also, I have to say, is one of our hosts and one of our family members here on Healing Our Earth, and just like Amalia is, the wonderful, gorgeous Amalia. So Sharon herself, she's an MA, and she's also a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, and Natural Healing. She's also the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Chi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Wow, this is a really, really powerful series, actually. When it comes out, you must watch this. So Sharon has also lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She is the author of The Path of the Priestess, which is a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. It's an amazing book. If you haven't read this, you must go out. You can also order it on Amazon. It's brilliant. And she's also currently completing a CD, which is called The Nectar of Bliss, which is dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine, of course, and includes cultures from around the world. So we're very, very proud to have dear Sharon here. Sharon, I know you're going to be taking over and you're going to be inviting some of the guests now shortly. Our dear Amalia is also going to be, Dr. Wai Ching is also going to be joining, of course, yourself with a panel discussion or so. So I'm going to leave you to it for you to take over. And I'll be back at after 7 to do a meditation session with everybody as well.
Well, if you have time, come on before then, because I have some really beautiful guests today that I'm sure, Honey G, you will enjoy.
My dear, I'm watching all of it, so don't you worry. I'm not going to miss out on any of this.
I want your questions, of course.
Yes, I'll be here then. I'll have a couple of questions for each one of the guests as well, which will be really fantastic. So I'm listening. It's all yours, my dear Sharon, and I look forward to listening to these wonderful guests who are going to be joining us now.
Global namaste to you all. I'm Sharon Rose, and I'm now in Boulder, Colorado today. Usually I'm down in Crestone, but I've been visiting my family in San Diego, flying in the airplanes, which was the easiest flights I've ever taken. in the United States. So that was wonderful. Saw my granddaughter. And I'm so excited today. I'm bringing you, we're traveling for yoga and meditation to the East. And we're going to start with Dr. Michael Katz. I've known him since 1985 when I met my Tibetan teacher, Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche, who is known for his knowledge of healing, his knowledge of Tibetan Tantra and Dzogchen. Dzogchen is called the Great Perfection in the Tibetan tradition and is often called the highest aspect of Tibetan Buddhism. So I'm bringing him and Dr. Roger Yonka, who is also, like Amalia Weiching, an associate producer of Quantum Chi. So I'm bringing some really wonderful friends to you today. It's very exciting. But first, I want to say that if you've just joined us, this is our 104th episode of Healing Our Earth. Yes, yes, more and more. And it's a delight to be a part of this program. We bring so many wonderful programs about healing our earth. It's funny, my husband, Jay, that Haniji mentioned, he was listening to the program a few weeks ago and he goes, "This is the love program. This is so uplifting." And that's what we're here for. We're here to bring you joy, upliftment, and true knowledge from these incredible traditions that have been with us for so many centuries. You know, they talk about trust the science, Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine. They are really, and other indigenous methods of healing have been with us for so long. And, you know, they're not a kind of new fad. They are real and they've been tested over centuries. So I'm delighted to bring you Dr. Michael Katz. It's an interview I did with him this week. And then I will, afterwards, I'll take your questions. And even there's a little bit more about this practice that I'd like to bring forth, because it's been this dream yoga and the natural light practice has been one that I have been doing since 1985. It helps with sleep. It helps every moment of life. You know, Alexandra was talking about, you know, who you are and the world, your relationship with the world. I like to speak about my dear friend John Milton, head of the Way of Nature. He in Crestone, he's been on a number of times, and I'm planning to bring him on when we do the COP event that's coming up, the post-COP 26 event that's coming up on Sunday, December 5th. But he always likes to talk about nature, of course. And it's a subject we love to speak about on Healing Our Earth because it's so important to us. So he likes to speak about inner nature, outer nature. You know, inner nature, our thoughts, our emotions, outer nature, what we see out in the world, and then our true nature, our true essence, you know, that God, goddess, that divine essence, that divine being that exists within us. And so this, what we're speaking about
and there
today,
are lovely, Sharon, there are
yes,
beautiful events coming up as well, aren't they? As
oh,
you
yes,
can see on the screen, that there is a wonderful event that's happening. If you would like to maybe share with our audiences, maybe they can come and join us for these wonderful events.
yes. Well, we have, of course, wellness, well-being and wellness for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind on Sunday, the 28th November. And as always, this promises to be a very powerful event that teaches really about the deep aspects of healing that I've been speaking about from cultures around the world. And then, as I just mentioned, we have the post-COP26, the climate change event. And I'm excited to have John Milton, who really was he coined the term environmentalism when he worked for the Nixon administration many years ago. And I'm sure our dear Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who I am aware attended this COP, and others, this will be a really interesting event. We're going to be speaking about bioregionalism, which I think is a very important subject these days in the climate change world. And then after that, many wonderful, wonderful events coming up, like on Sunday, December 12th, World Health Day. And then we're planning some more, of course, world dance, maybe some world music. And of course, Bollywood, that's always a show that we love to have here and for you to enjoy. So that's what's coming up. And we look forward to having you all with us during these shows, and just bring on the love, bring on the joy, bring on the healing. So now I'd like to go to our interview with Dr. Katz. And I have a new computer. It's all exciting. So let's see. Share screen. It will take me a moment to get this interview going. And while I'm doing that, if you have any questions.
Maybe we could do a bit of an introduction to Michael, actually, isn't it?
Well, it's part of, I'm going to do that as part of the, as part of this interview. Here we go. Here we go. A global namaste to all of you, our wonderful Healing Our Earth community. You know, I'm Sharon Rose, and you know, I like to bring you some unusual teachings and people from different traditions. And so today for our yoga and meditation event, I'm bringing you a dear friend that I've known since 1985, Dr. Michael Katz. I met him when I met our teacher, Chogyal Namkhai Norbu of the Tibetan Dzogchen tradition. And we're going to learn a lot about that, but mostly we're going to learn about dream yoga. I want to tell you about Dr. Katz. Michael Katz has a doctoral degree in psychology from New York University. He's a longtime student of Tibetan Buddhism and has studied with many of the great masters of this age. He is the co-author and editor of the book Dream Yoga and the Practice of Natural Light with Chogyal Namkhai Norbu. He is also the author of the book Tibetan Dream Yoga and the Royal Road to Enlightenment, as well as the novel The White Dolphin. Michael was authorized to teach dream yoga and meditation by Chogyal Namkhai Norbu, and has subsequently taught dream yoga and meditation for 2 decades in more than 20 countries internationally, as well as Harvard University, Amherst College, Tibet House, and other institutions and organizations. He was featured in the Discovery Channel's program, The Power of Dreams, and the first Gateways of the Mind conference in London, where we're coming out of London, as well as a documentary movie called Tamara's Second Journey, after leading a group to sacred caves in Tibet in 2010. It's such an honor to have you with us, Michael. It has been a long time, and I just thought it would be wonderful to have you on our show, Healing Our Earth, and so you could meet the people from our beautiful global community.
Great to see you again, Sharon, and thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. So dream yoga, you know, we all know Hatha yoga. We know, I've even had Peter May come on and teach about the breathing practices from the Dzogchen tradition of Bun. So tell us, first of all, what was it in your life that brought you to be so interested in dream yoga?
Oh, well, I have to unpack that a little bit and go back to my days as a graduate student in psychology, when I had a serious interest in all things related to dreams, and was studying psychology. Some of the great teachers of dream work in psychology, like Fritz Perls, Carl Jung, and these important psychologists. And then simultaneously, I was becoming interested in yoga and meditation, and I became acquainted with the Tibetan Buddhist tradition and discovered that there was a dream work tradition associated with Tibetan Buddhism. And I actually had some specific experiences with our teacher, Chogyal Namkai Norbu, where I had a dream, and the next day he seemed to already know about my dream without me telling him. So it was kind of a special experience. And from there, I just kind of wanted to know everything about the dream work tradition of Buddhism. And so you see now it's, oh God, how many years later? And I'm still at it. I guess I wrote that biography some while back because it said 2 decades, but it's more like 3 or 4 decades now.
I understand, believe me, I do. We just keep going, we keep learning, we keep practicing. Yeah. So first, tell us a little about Chogyal Namkai Norbu and the Dzogchen tradition.
So, okay, so I was so fortunate, as many of us were, to be in the right place at the right time. And although it was a tremendous misfortune for Tibet to be overrun by the Chinese communists, what happened was that this insular, very closed culture was opened up, and the great teachers of Tibetan Buddhism were forced to flee their homeland, and they wound up coming to the West slowly, and many of them wound up here in New York City, and at that time they were very unknown, and so someone like myself, who had already begun to have an interest in Tibetan Buddhism by virtue of studying with one of the very first Tibetan masters to make it to the West, that was Trungpa. So then I met many of these teachers, and in fact, they needed a place to stay. They needed someone who would help them just to get organized. And so many of them actually wound up sleeping in my very humble Lower East Side apartment. And I had a futon there that had the Shakti of at least 10 different lamas visiting me, even though it was such almost a tenement, but they had nothing else. And so I just happened to be in the right place in the right time. And then amongst those great teachers, I did meet Chogyal Namkai Norbu in the early 1980s. And amongst those great teachers, Chogyal Namkai Norbu had a special talent. And that special talent was that he was able to be lucid in his dreams very, very regularly. And not only that, but he was channeling special teachings and special beings and making contact with other dimensions in his dreams. And so when I began to study with him and took teachings from him, he would recount some of these incredible special dreams. And eventually I asked him for permission to collate these dreams and his dream work practices, and to include them in a book. That was the original Dream Yoga book called Dream Yoga and the Practice of Natural Light. This is the book. This is the second edition. So the first edition was published in, I think, 1991. And then the second edition came out in the early 2000s. And we added some material. But the dreams that he had that I included were just extraordinary.
Yes, I'm, as a student myself, he comes from a very special lineage of Tertons. Would you speak about the Terton lineage in Tibet?
So the Terton lineage is really something that is hard to fathom for the Western mind. But in the 7th century, the incarnation of Padmasambhava, who was another enlightened being, a very special enlightened being that's important for Tibetan Buddhism, he had the capacity to hide special teachings in extraordinary ways and places to benefit future beings. I know this is all so strange and
not to this audience. I don't think so. To this audience, this is pretty
good. Well, good. I'm glad we're talking
meditation
to the right group.
Yoga audience.
So, so Padmasambhava, this enlightened being, he hid these teachings in places like under the water in the ocean, in the sky, inside the minds of some of his disciples. And he also prophesied that these teachings would become available at a certain time when it was important for them to be available. And that would be, many of them are coming available now in our era. So amongst the Terma traditions, or these secreted treasures, one of the ways that that a terton, a treasure revealer, is able to re-channel these teachings is through dreams. And so we could say that Chogyal Namkhai Norbu is a dream treasure revealer, or we say in Tibetan, a Milam Terton. Milam being dream and Terton meaning treasure revealer. So in this era, Chogyal Namkhai Norbu revealed many of these special teachings. And he did it by communicating with another dimension, which we call the dimension of the Dakinis. And these Dakinis, some might say that they're something like angels, but they're a dimension of beings that protect and keep these special treasures so that they would not be lost. So he had this connection with one particular Dakini, Goma Devi, and then in other dreams he also had connections with other special beings. But this one Dakini, Goma Devi, came to him again and again and again in his dreams and revealed some special meditation practices, and also some sacred dances and some pujas. I know your audience knows what pujas are and all.
Yes. Yeah. So it's of course fascinating. Tell us about this practice that he's brought forth of dream yoga, and tell us about what is the natural light.
Okay, so this book I just held up, Dream Yoga and the Practice of Natural Light. So if you look at the cover of this book again, you see it says Dream Yoga in big letters, and then in the practice of natural light is in little letters. And so when we came to create this cover and the title, the editors, the printers, and so on, the publishers, they thought, well, Dream Yoga is a kind of pizzazzy, sexy title. And the practice of natural light is not as much, so they made it smaller. But in actuality, when we talk about Dream Yoga and the practice of natural light, from the point of view of Dzogchen, that word that you used before, which refers to non-dual awareness, the practice of natural light is much more important. And so when we go to sleep at night, we enter into a deep sleep. But then after some time, the mind begins to reawaken. And then that's when we begin to dream. So these dreams that we have are very much associated with our mind, and they're associated with the kind of anxieties and tensions that we have during the day. But before the mind reawakens, there's a moment that is non-conceptual. And for most of us, this moment passes in an instant without any recognition at all. But for someone who is trained, like Chogyal Namkhai Norbu or other masters of this tradition, who have developed their capacity for non-dual awareness by virtue of doing various meditation techniques and with skillful means, they've developed this capacity. For them, they can have this kind of recognition, a recognition of the non-dual pre-conceptual moments before the mind is reawakening. And in that moment, that non-conceptual experience arises as an uncreated natural light. We say the light of our intrinsic nature. And so one of the most important, perhaps really the most important reason for us to begin to develop our capacity for dream yoga and the practice of natural light particularly, is that this sequence of entering into deep sleep and then awakening the mind into dreams is also paralleled when we are actually at the moment of dying. And so in our
right now,
Dzogchen tradition,
playing. It's so nice to hear from you.
We believe that there are tremendous opportunities for those of us who have developed ourselves with this practice of natural light and the secondary practice of dream yoga. So that's why when I wrote the second book, that's why I named it Tibetan Dream Yoga, The Royal Road to Enlightenment. So whereas, many, many years ago, I know, Sharon, you and I share that we knew about Carlos Castaneda back in the day and these kinds of lucid dream teachers. And some of those books about lucid dreaming were emphasizing the possibilities of having adventures, special experiences. And then when I began to write this book, I interviewed one master, name is Chagdu Rinpoche. And he said, tell your audience that dream yoga and the practice of natural light is not just about fun and games. It's a serious road to enlightenment. So this is the basis for practicing the paths of dream yoga and the practice of natural life.
I know that Rinpoche was always saying about how, we have 24 hours to do our practices, and why not use the night to do these practices. He also speaks about, in the book, you speak about different kinds of dreams. I know that our audience is very familiar with karma, dreams of karmic dreams and dreams of clarity. So could you tell us about these?
So as I was saying previously, I was very interested in all things related to dreams. And in the initial phase of me studying about dreams, I came across some books that would say, okay, if you dream about this, it means that. If you dream about something else, it means that. And at first I thought, well, it might be possible to just study a book of like this, symbology, and understand dreams. But I soon, even from my own experience, realized that not everyone's dreams can be categorized. If you dream about your car, going in your car, it can mean one of many things, depending on your own personal, we'd say, personal mythology. So the next phase of me studying dreams was towards understanding that dreams were often a projection of our own things, our own thoughts, fears, sometimes neurosis. So for example, if someone had a dream and in their dream, they saw their mother and the mother was in a house that they remember from their childhood and something like that. From one perspective, this would be from the Gestalt perspective, you could rephrase the dream and say, well, the mother aspect of myself had just entered into the home aspect of myself or the domestic aspect of myself. And in that way, one can get a feeling that it's not the external old idea of what the mother was, but it's also that aspect of yourself, perhaps the mothering aspect of yourself, that is now revealing itself in this dream. And so my next phase of dream work, which was more oriented towards therapy, was unlocking what these dreams could be for the individual, each individual. And then when I began to be involved in meditation, and particularly Dzogchen meditation, I understood that the relative, which I just described, the relative dream work might be useful to a certain point. But if we're talking about transpersonal, going beyond the normal, everyday, mundane, if we're talking about the transpersonal, then the content of the dreams is not important so much, particularly in these non-lucid dreams. But what is important is actually to be able to recognize that you are having a dream. That's lucid. And one of my teachers, a great master by the name of Dujam Rinpoche, he advised his students that they shouldn't dream the dreams of animals, but they should be humans, or at least they should be, they should unlock the possibility of humans. And what does that mean? So if you have a dog, let's say, and you watch the dog, it's lying there sleeping and it begins to twitch, and maybe it begins to kick its legs and start to whimper or something like that. You can imagine that that dog is dreaming, because that's common to animals and humans. But what is not possible, or generally not possible, there may be some exceptions like dolphins or elephants, I don't know, something, but what is generally not possible in the animal realm is for them to be lucid and aware of their own dreams. And it's also not very common amongst humans, who unfortunately are in a state of what we would say in Dzogchen is distraction and confusion. So there's tremendous possibilities for our human realm to develop ourselves with awareness, and then ultimately to become what we say is enlightened, or have this incredible capacity for awareness. And you said before, Sharon, that our teacher used to say there's 24 hours in the day. And so he said, it's all well and good that during the day that you try to maintain this awareness, or you find yourself in this natural state, we say. But then if you go to sleep and you immediately go into an unconsciousness, and also when you dream, you're fully identified with the dream and that you don't recognize that it's a dream, then you're losing a great opportunity. And not only do you lose that opportunity, but in the dream state, which we say is the mental body. Because when we dream, let's say we dream and we're in the dream, this is not our self. This is our mental representation of ourself, correct? So this mental body is very, very powerful, in fact. That there's, they say 7 times more powerful than the mind in our waking state. So you can imagine if you're 7 times more powerful in this mental body, that if you are able to become lucid and you're able to do something in the dream, like solve a problem or actually apply a meditation technique, how powerful is that? And so in my different workshops and retreats over the years, I've seen some extraordinary healing going on, where people become lucid in their dream and then solve a problem that was nagging at them for years, or heal themselves from a trauma that was incapacitating them for a very, very long time. I'll give you an example. Someone became lucid. It was in one of my guided inductions, which is something like a guided nap, but where a little bit of more suggesting to have a lucid dream. And this person found himself lucid. And then in the space around him were these different kind of balloons or bubbles. And so each of those bubbles represented like a trauma that he had in his life. And so he went and he popped the different balloons. And each time he popped a balloon, this one, then he overcame a phobia of snakes. And in this one, he popped that balloon and he lost his fear of social interactions, that kind of thing. So this was something that happened in a very, very short time. Extraordinary. But that is the kind of thing that has been documented from time immemorial in many cultures that honored work with dreams, not like our culture, which kind of thinks that they're some sort of mechanistic, detritus.
Yes, like I know many people here from the Hindu tradition, and they're very aware of all, having gurus who have, expanded perception. And so we have experiences. Probably a lot of people here have had lucid dreams, but to me, the Tibetan tradition, and I'm aware of it, growing up Jewish, from the whole Egyptian perspective and Joseph and dream interpretations. But there are some very unique things, especially this practice of Rigpa, this practice of the natural light, and the understanding that we are so much more than this physical body, and also that there is this essence that we have that is beyond all of this illusion, all of this Maya, all of this. And so the dream yoga, to me, which I practiced for a long time, really helps one see this, and also that one can carry this practice throughout the day. I would love it if you would give us like a little meditation or introduction into the practice itself, because the people here are strong practitioners of all different traditions.
Yeah, I absolutely. And I just wanted to say that, other cultures have these teachings, maybe not as fully available. But for example, we also call these dream yoga and the practice of natural light in the Hindu tradition, yoga nidra. So I know that many of your listeners are probably familiar with yoga nidra. And yoga nidra, there are different levels in the yoga nidra tradition. So the ultimate level of yoga nidra is more correspondent to this practice of natural light. That's what I want to say. So we make some sort of common ground here. So yes, I'll do a little meditation with your group, and I'll be thrilled to share that with you. And so in this meditation, we're going to use this syllable, which is a Tibetan letter of an A. We say ah, and of course ah has a felt sense. Ah is like when you say ah, you relax. And A is the beginning of the alphabet. It represents the creation from emptiness is A or ah. So in this picture, you see this Tibetan syllable ah, but you could also use a Western A here, and it's surrounded by 5 colors in a sphere. So this is 2-dimensional, but imagine that the sphere is 3-dimensional. And that this A, luminous white A, is in your center of your body, in the area of your heart, but not necessarily right there on the left side of your torso. Not just there, but in the center of your body, you have this A, luminous, surrounded by rainbow light. And when I chant A or ah, then I would like all of you to chant with me. So something like ah. And at the same time, when we're chanting A or ah, we're going to send light out to all dimensions, particularly to all enlightened beings, and whatever tradition you're in, that you're sending the light out to all the enlightened beings in your tradition, and also any that you might have heard of and respect. For instance, the Buddha or Chogyal Namkhai Norbu, who we're talking about. But in any case, all of the different gurus that you've come in contact with. And then we send these lights out to them. And then they receive these lights and then they send back to us their blessings. And we enter into the stream of transmission of these enlightened beings. And particularly because we're talking about dream yoga and the practice of natural light, we're going to send these lights to the enlightened masters of this dream yoga tradition. And we're going to receive their blessings, and it's going to enter into our chakras. And we're going to feel that our mind and our body and our energy are all purified. And so we're going to then sing this mantra, which is a special sacred mantra of Om, Ah, and Hum. And when we sing Om, Ah, Hum, we're going to continue to send these lights and receive their blessings and enter into the stream of transmission. And if you have a particular prayer at that moment, something like, I would like to develop my capacity for dream yoga, or I would like to have more peace and clarity in my life, then also you can send out that prayer and you receive the blessings at the same time. So, so we're going to do this, and I'm going to sing this mantra Om, Ah, Hum. And then I'll sing it a few times so that you can get the tune. And then if you like, you can do this meditation before you go to bed sometime, or anytime really. But if you do it before you go to bed, you can particularly link it with your prayers to develop your capacity for lucid dreaming and dream yoga. Okay, so we're going to begin in a second. And I think everyone should mute themselves if they're not muted. Sharon, I think you're going to have to mute yourself because otherwise there'll be an echo. All right, so let's do this meditation together. Om, Ah, Hum. 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 And now just like to read this prayer for progress in dream yoga. And then as I read it, you can also have that intention to develop yourselves with this profound practice and path. Holy Buddhas and masters of the Dzogchen tradition, grant your blessings that my mind may turn towards the Dharma. Grant your blessings that all obstacles to my practice are dissolved in awareness. Grant your blessings that my dreams become clear and lucid. Grant your blessings that I rest in the luminosity of my own true nature. Okay, I think you're still muted, Sharon, so come back.
Yeah, I have to that's so beautiful. I want to tell you just a little story of myself and the practice. So I was having surgery, hip replacements. And so I was doing practice every day for 2 years, actually. And when I went in, I said, when are you going to, put me to sleep here? And they said, okay, now. So I put the awe in my heart. And when I woke up from the surgery, it was still there.
Beautiful. So that's the ultimate goal, is to have that, maintain that awareness through the sleep, through the day. We say the cycle of day and night.
Yeah, I've always told people, students, that whenever you're feeling disturbed, your mind is spinning, that to come back to that place, which actually represents that place of essence, pure, untainted from the beginning of always, that I always call it the guru in you. That's what I tell them. And I do my best to practice that in my own life. I find that it really gives me a sense of calm. It really helps so many aspects of my life. And I know that we've talked a lot this year about what's going on in the world and the COVID and the psychological disturbances and life disturbances. And I just feel that this is a practice. Can be so simple that really can help people. If you just remember that there's more than just all these circumstances going on. And I also would like to, I know what they would ask. So a lot of people are having trouble sleeping. So what would you advise from the practice? What could they do if they're finding their mind spinning?
Well, of course, that's dependent on many secondary conditions. So there's a lot of different causes for sleep obstacles. And so we couldn't say, that there's one size fits all type of a thing. And so, for example, we know that as we get older, we sleep less. Sometimes we have more disturbances. This is related to also physiological aspects, not just mental and so on. But, we can say some very general things. For people, you have to understand a little bit about, say, the different humors that people have, like more air-oriented, more bile-oriented, or more earth-oriented, like these kinds of phlegm. In Tibetan medicine, we distinguish between different types of people. And so if someone like myself, who has more of a predominant air, then for someone like that, then to eat food that is going to be heavier is beneficial. Chogyal Namkhai Norbu always said to have a glass of good red wine before you sleep. This is the kind of thing that, food and drink that helps someone who has this kind of air condition. And then there are ways to just manage your room that would be beneficial. For example, someone like that, it's not beneficial to have windows that let in a lot of light. And you could make your room into like a little cave. So it's very quiet in there and very dark. These are beneficial secondary conditions for that kind of. And then for the opposite kind of person, one who falls asleep and is dead to the world for 10 hours, then it's the opposite. So for example, that kind of person might want to leave the window open a little bit to let some air in, allow the shades to be open so that the light comes in. Even to have a candle on a table near the bed that is burning through the night, because that kind of sense of there being a little bit of a light source like that, it filters into the subconscious mind and it makes you sleep a little less deeply. And I also should mention that if you're someone, and many of us are like that we can't remember our dreams even. That so there are some supplements that have been proven to be useful for those kinds of individuals. And so, for example, very recently, there was a scientific study where a number of people who had some familiarity already with lucid dreaming, that they gave them a supplement which is called galantamine. And galantamine is useful for suppressing this in the brain acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is responsible for making us sleep deeply and being unconscious. But when we can suppress the acetylcholine to a certain extent, then we sleep lighter. And so this galantamine, they did this study very recently. I'm talking about in the last week or so. And there was a tremendous significance between the people who received this supplement and the ones who didn't receive the supplement in having lucid dreams. So I want to mention that. Of course, there's many people who have difficulty sleeping and all, but since we're talking about dream yoga and the practice of natural light, we would like to also talk about what we can do to have more dreams and recognition of them.
So I know many people, I have, and I've read that you have dreams about flying, that you're flying and in fact, I've told this audience that right before I went to India to meet my Guruji Sitara, I had a dream. I left my body and then I realized I was there, and there was another, I was a ball of light. There was another ball of light, and I said, oh, I want to meet Sitara. And I like zoomed through, and there I was in her room. And she looked at me, and I was so shocked that I woke up.
Uh-huh.
So that was the easy one to remember. And it was when I got there, it was the same room.
Great. Yeah. So you said before that I wanted to mention that there is a distinction between very mundane dreams, which are often related to our tensions and anxieties, and other dreams which seem to have like a very transpersonal aspect, something like the dream you just related. And we call those dreams collectively clarity type dreams. And even clarity type dreams still have secondary causes. You know, when we talk about a mundane dream and that related to our anxieties, it could be that during the day we were on the subway and somebody looked menacingly at us and we got nervous. And that night we had a dream about somebody attacking us. So the secondary condition was our experience during the day. But these clarity dreams still may have some sort of secondary condition that manifests them, but it's much more subtle, much more subtle. Perhaps in your case, you were studying meditation anyway. Also, you had some knowledge about this particular being, but in any case, there was some sort of cause. So the cause is still there, it's just more subtle and more transpersonal. Eventually, if we ever get to that point, it may be that we would sleep in a state of samadhi and not actually have dreams per se, but more just meditative experiences. So this is now the ultimate stage of like what we call the practice of natural light, or yoga nidra, if we're talking about the Hindu yoga tradition. So, so we say that there are relative dreams that are more karmic, but then we also have the clarity dreams that still have the secondary causes, more subtle, and then beyond the mind is this non-dual state of Dzogchen that we talk about.
I remember also Rinpoche talking about dreams of purification.
True, and so sometimes, as we were talking about before, sometimes there are symbols, and in a dream that are kind of universal. So I already said that you know, many times it's related to our personal mythology, but there are some symbols and some dreams that really seem very kind of straightforward, in that, like, if you're taking a shower, and in the shower you're washing dirt off of your body, this kind of a dream is considered to be a positive purification type of a dream. So there are those kinds of dreams as well.
So one more question I'd like to ask you is, you know, how we're doing this practice. I know personally, and you know personally, but for our audience, how does this assist them in finding that kind of peace and harmony and grace that all of us in Healing Our Earth are doing our best to bring forth to the world during this time?
So, you know, when I teach dream yoga, I don't just teach about techniques of lucid dreaming. I always teach techniques of meditation. And we do, like we did a meditation before, some chanting and other things that engage not only the mind, but the subtle body, the energetic body. So when I teach, you know, I think the meditation is very, very important. And then that puts us on the path towards becoming more of what I would like to say, a human being, right? Beyond the animal human being that Dudjom Rinpoche talked about. And so, you know, I teach my class once a month, and it's in a number of different languages on Zoom. I have a class coming up. I know this probably won't even air before my next class, but in December I have classes. And so if anybody wants to join us, it actually is quite convenient for people in London or in Europe. And we translate it into languages: Spanish, French, Russian, and so on. So, you know, maybe at some point when Sharon puts this out, she can include the information about one of these classes if anybody would like to join in.
Well, it's going up this Sunday.
Yeah, well, Thursday is when my next class.
And so how would they find out about the class?
So the organizers are in Moscow. And so they send out messages, It's on my Facebook. So if they follow me on my Facebook, I always announce my next class. Segalgar, that meditation center that you mentioned in the beginning, also posts it on their schedule. So in one of these places, I'm not the best about the organizational side. I have to say, I leave that to others. But
I understand.
So, but that I would say to follow my Facebook. That would be the best way, because I always post the next class.
And what is the address of your Facebook, Michael Katz?
Michael Katz. Don't ask me what the address is. I'll
find it and I'll put it up.
All right, yeah, put it up there. And I also have another page called Tibetan Dream Yoga. So that would be a good one to follow, and then I'll post it on both of those.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, it's been an honor for me to see you again and to be with you. I'm sure, maybe we can have you come back sometime when we can do it live, and then I'm sure the community will have a gazillion questions, as they always do.
Right. Sure. Absolutely. And Sharon, it's great to see you again. And I hope we cross in the dream state and the awake state too. So,
yes. And thank you for the meditation. It's like retransmitting, re-getting that energetic that we have had the blessings of receiving from Namkhai Norbu.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you all. Global namaste to you all. So I was so pleased to bring Dr. Katz to you. And I'm wondering, before we bring on Dr. Yanka, I'm so excited to bring him. Are there any questions about the practice? I know perhaps Amalia, you have a question.
Well, no questions, just a comment. It was so beautiful to enter into the space between during the meditation, and that's where I go to on a human level, to return to.
We cannot actually hear you, dear Amelie.
Okay.
So yes, if you could maybe raise. Thank you.
I'm in such an inner space. I was saying that it was so beautiful to go into the space between, where we go into between the soul and the ego, coming back into the body and coming back and going back into the different dimensions of the self, and myself working with dreams and having many prophetic dreams and remembering who I am through dreams. This was a special moment to spend some time with Michael Katz this way. And then thank you, Sharon, and also to journey with him and you and everybody else here back into our dream selves, true selves, and bringing back our soul strands into this dimension, and to make this world a better place, and to remember that these dreams are not dreams. I work with transpersonal psychology with my clients too, and healing, as journeying with you and with them. So this session has been especially potent and meaningful for me. So I want to thank you for bringing Michael Katz on.
You're welcome. And I do want to say that whenever you are feeling disturbed in your mind, or anxious, or any of these thoughts that are coming around these days, just remember, go back to that guru in you, that ah in your heart, and you can see a Sanskrit ah, whatever evokes that sound in you. It's helped me tremendously, and that's why I wanted to bring this to you. And Honey G, you have any questions?
Yes, hello, my dear. Yes, it was very interesting, because I actually can't remember my dreams. Actually, just when I go to sleep, I just sleep and then I wake up in the morning and I never remember anything. So it's amazing. So it would have been next time when we do have Matthew here, it would be wonderful to ask him that question. I mean, I do know that it depends, it's based on your REM sleep, the rapid eye movement sleep. So if you wake up during that time, then you remember your dream. And if you don't wake up during that time, you won't remember your dream. Something like that from what I had read. But I don't really, most of the times, I mean, I hardly remember my dreams at all. I just have such peaceful sleep. I just go to sleep and I just wake up and all happy again, ready to go for the day, which is brilliant. But I loved his prayer, the prayer that he said, Matthew was mentioning, and very interesting information he shared. I love the fact that he pays respect to the gurus, because he talked about the lineage of how he connects with the light and connecting with them. That's actually very, very powerful what he's talking about, because those people who understand that technique will be able to get blessings from our very highest source, which is I would call it a very powerful divine source. So I think that what he's talking about is very, very powerful, which is really great. But you need to be able to do it on a regular basis. If you do that on a regular basis, you start creating a psychic connection. And then every time you start praying in that manner, you will find that you feel the energy straight away, because you have built that link, as we say. Yeah, exactly. Which is brilliant. Yeah, exactly. Really good.
In the basic practice, we start with that symbol or that sound in the luminous ball of light in our heart. We say ah, and we feel that essence. And then we do another ah, where we send the light to all the gurus and all the enlightened beings, whatever tradition. So if you're like Catholic, you'll see Jesus and Mary and the saints and all that. And then they receive that light. And then on the third ah, they send it back to us. And it coalesces in our heart and then travels through all our channels and chakras into every cell, so that we are infused with that light of the guru and the lineage and the divinity. And it's so simple and it's so beautiful.
It is very beautiful. It is very beautiful, Sharon. It's really nice. Wonderful. And a great interview as well. Well done. That was really amazing. Very nice. And what an amazing, remarkable gentleman he is, with a lot of wonderful knowledge. And you wouldn't think that somebody goes and really, really studies just dreams, but there is so much to it. It's so deep, the subject itself is so deep. We may think, oh, I just go to sleep, dream, and I wake up. But, and we also, some people do mention the fact, as Amalia had just mentioned, that your soul actually leaves sometimes when they say when you're sleeping, your soul actually goes for a little wander around.
Yes,
yes.
And it's always that's why when people just say sleep, they don't realize that that's when the soul goes.
Can't hear you actually, Amalia. So sorry, I can't. Yeah, the sound is very low. Maybe you have to increase the volume.
So that's
the sound is perfect at this end. You need to increase your volume. Over.
Okay. So you need to increase your volume, honey.
Okay, full. We are missing some of your important information. Yeah.
So it's just we have this opportunity with saying to practice every time we go to sleep, every night and every morning, and which is what I teach, as Sharon knows, in the Infinity Quantum Qigong, is that we just do this circular breathing and this infinity breath, and we return to the light, and there we connect with the soul and with all the council of light, all the masters, and then we come back. And and when I was a teenager, I really had a very clear prophetic dreams. I mean, of course now, but started then. And then also creating solutions to trouble. I mean, especially if you can't find anything. And I just say, okay, I'm just going to sleep with my soul, and then withdraw the information, access the information from the psychic realm, astral realms, if you will, causal planes, wherever it might come from, the quantum field. And then when I wake up, honey, I just get right up, and then I'll just sit for a moment and allow the information to come in. And just every morning I do this. I'll just allow information to come in and from the light, and then, okay, how am I setting this day? What is my service as a soul onto the planet today? Right? And I just allow the happening. So in these moments, and at that time, I would just, in school, I would just do this, and I would just come back and go exactly to the spot where my homework might be, or where I've lost something. It's like finding the treasures from the sky, right? Just going exactly, it's underneath there, you open it up, and then there it is. Okay.
That is so powerful, Amalia, because you're talking about how you're connecting to the field, right? The field, the energy source around. And, very few people, once they've learned that, it's a very easy method afterwards, like what you mentioned. But until you practice it, it needs to be regularly practiced. So you must have it sorted out really well for you.
Right. Well, it's our very nature. It's our very nature. If we remember, this is who we are.
Yes. I was aware of Seema, and I know that you're going to be speaking to Dr. Janki very soon now, Sharon. But maybe Seema, may have a bit of something to share here. Global Namaste, my dear Seema, my dear sister.
Honey, how are you?
Oh, very well, my dear Seema ji.
That's good. See, I don't know much about dream yoga, but I know that the Buddhist monks actually do say that it's an opportunity to actually silence yourself and go within and explore the other realms of existence and go beyond the mind. And I can only say from what I've read, it's an opportunity to go beyond illusion and perhaps explore the outer world, the world after. But having said that, what Matthew said about having a guru, now I practice Guru Gyan, okay? And I can only speak for myself in this context. Just like we all need a chemistry teacher or a geography teacher, an art or a mathematics teacher, we also need an enlightened spiritual master or a guru, because it's only through one whose flame is lit that your flame can be lit. Do you know what I'm saying? It's only when you are in the presence of an enlightened master that they can actually transfer that energy to you and allow it to roam within you in the correct way. A lot of us practice Kundalini yoga, mantra repetition, yoga, and our Kundalini does get awakened. But, they always speak of the Kundalini awakening. Do not do it on your own because it can be dangerous. People have actually gone mad. Literally, or they get all confused and all over the place. 1 minute they're spiritual and then they get all confused about their spirituality. So once you have an enlightened master guiding that energy within you, when they transfer their energy into you and guide it within you, that's when you can actually rise up gradually in your own pace of time and experience that silence and that hollow and emptiness. I really do believe you get all your answers in silence. When you sit and go within, and you silence your mind and you silence all that chatter, that's when all the inner answers unfold. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Do you know when you mentioned about the Guruji, Seema? You mentioned about the gurus. Our gurus always talk about the fact that we ourselves are gurus, and their job is to turn us into gurus and recognize the little guru within us. So that's a really important part for us to all understand that we all are gurus ourselves. We have all the information that we know. We are all perfect. We all have everything that we need. It's just that because of the place you're born, the way you're born, the surroundings you're in, the situation when you've been brought up, you forget sometimes, or you're taught that that's not the case, etc. And you lose things along the way. But our aim, our guru guides us back to the place where you recognize that your own little guru is within you, your intuition, your inner guide, as they say. And if you clear that and remove the fogginess, the cloudiness, then that becomes sharper and sharper. So your intuition will then start guiding you very powerfully. And that's when you are able to bring in the information that Amalia spoke about from the field, from the universe, the energy you are able to access. Or some people call it the Akashic records, the gurus call it the Akashic records, where all the information is there, but you have access to it. So yeah,
I have a friend who's an Akashic record practitioner actually, and I have been for a session. We should get him actually on healing. His name is Ernesto. Sharon, you might have heard of him. He practices very much so in the USA, and he has these Akashic record workshops. But having said that, when you speak of the guru, we are all gurus. I agree with you, honey. But the guru is someone, what does guru mean? Someone who takes you out of the darkness into the light, right? So all the things we've forgotten, we may have forgotten our guruhood. So when we come in the presence of an enlightened master or anybody who's enlightened, and their flame is lit, then they can take us out of that darkness into light.
Yes, yes, it's so true. And now I'm very excited to bring my dear friend, actually, who's written a book called The Healer Within. So this connects very deeply, Dr. Roger Yonka. We're going to be talking about one of our favorite subjects for Dr. Amalia Weiching and myself, Qigong, rooted in breath, medicine, and mindful personalized ritual dance. So we're connecting many subjects. And I want to introduce you to Dr. Yonka. Dr. Roger Yonka, OMD, is a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine and was the chief of staff at the Health Action Integrative Medicine Clinic in Santa Barbara, California, from 1982 to 2012. He was currently the director of the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi, a mind-body research and training institute that has trained 2,000 teachers and practice leaders and contributed to research in numerous respected medical journals. Dr. Yonka is a key spokesperson for Tai Chi and Qigong outside of China and has worked with the ancient shamanic roots of these arts, research to define the evidence base and socioeconomic policy to leverage the credibility of mind-body practice, yoga qigong across all populations and institutions, educational, medical, social, military, internationally, with 10 research trips to Asia's universities, hospitals, temples, and sacred mountain sites. He has distilled the essence of Qi prana cultivation in his widely revered books, The Healer Within and The Healing Promise of Qi. Global namaste to you, Dr. Yonka.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Sharon, for inviting me. And I'm looking forward to our conversation. And hello to everyone else who's here. And Amalia, good to see you. Wish you well. Yes. So how shall we, how shall we discuss how to save the world? Is the world outside of ourself, or is the world inside of ourself? And is the external world an expression of the world inside of ourself? That's a pretty interesting topic, but I'm happy to talk about anything you wish.
Well, let's start. You've often said that yoga practitioners love Qigong. And I know personally that a lot of yoga teachers that I've experienced are now starting to integrate Qigong also with Hatha Yoga. So speak to us about what benefits a yoga practitioner would have from doing Qigong.
Yes, okay, good. So the first thing to say is that in China, yoga is called Indian Qigong. And in India, Qigong is called Chinese yoga. So all in all, they're very cross-cultural, and they're all based on the same thing. So the foundational thing, of course, is to make a make a place within our own being for a more, shall we say, radiant expression of our eternal nature. Call that your eternal self, your immortal self, your spiritual self, your transpersonal self, your transcendental self. So the bottom line is that we're interested in understanding our essence, and we use these practices to accomplish that. In China, this is called the three treasures. The three treasures are associated with the body of ourself, the mental emotional aspect of ourself, call that the mind if you wish, and the transcendental self, the spiritual self. Those three treasures are how we, shall we say, describe what it is that yoga is doing, or that Qigong is doing, or that Tai Chi is doing, or that any of the other methodologies that are associated with chanting, meditation, rituals, shamanic rituals, and so forth. So yoga, Qigong are the same based on the three treasures. Another way to say the three treasures is adjust your body, adjust and clarify your heart and mind, and adjust your local self in a direct relationship with your transcendental self, to let the transcendental aspect of being radiate as a palpable presence in your life. So yoga and Qigong are the same thing. So then why are yoga teachers interested in Qigong? Well, one is it's entertaining. It's diversity. So one of the things that happens to us when we, shall we say, become involved in a body of knowledge is that there's an inherent, it's called a body of knowledge. It's not called every knowledge. It's not called the Akashic record unfolded in its wholeness. A body of knowledge is a way of looking, a paradigm, a worldview. So the yoga community has its, shall we say, and by the way, I should mention that my first yoga class was in 1963. And I would basically skip school, and I would practice yoga with someone on television in 1963. So first of all, how is that even possible? Well, it happened. I was there. And my favorite yogis over the years, Paramahansa Yogananda, of course, read that book many times. My favorite guru is Swami Satchitananda. I had a very strong relationship with Yogi Bhajan, and I could mention more, but I'm just wanting to be sure that our yoga friends don't get, shall we say, into the thought form that somehow this guy, Dr. Junka, is going to try to figure out how to make Qigong into a kind of yoga. Well, it's already a kind of yoga, and it's always been a kind of yoga. So entertainment and diversity are very compelling for people to bring to their classes. The other thing is that yoga tends to be not completely, but yoga tends to be a stretch modality. And of course, there are many flowing forms of yoga. And Qigong tends to be a flowing modality. And there are many forms of stretch Qigong. So I think that most of the people who've been introduced to yoga in the Western world typically have a body of knowledge that's sprung from for the body part to be associated with, and everything else is the same. So the breath, the mind, all the same in yoga and Tai Chi, yoga and Qigong. And so I think variation is something that's very interesting to people. And by the way, I practice yoga every day. And part of my favorite thing is Kung Fu, actually. most people don't want to learn Kung Fu, so I teach Tai Chi and Qigong, and I teach people to be Qigong and Tai Chi teachers. But my personal favorite is actually Kung Fu, and Kung Fuists do a lot of stretching. And so I stretch every day, and I do Kung Fu every day, and I do Qigong every day, and I do Tai Chi every day. You might think, oh my gosh, you must be out there for 3 hours. But when you develop a sense of yourself, and you have an array of practices that you can draw from, then every practice session is a beautiful orchestration of a wide array of breath methodologies, mind focusing methodologies, body methodologies, stretching methodologies, flowing methodologies, and all of it is in the devotion of having a deeper relationship with and the capacity to express my essential nature.
Beautiful. So beautiful, as always.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I found that during the COVID, when the lockdown came, I was so grateful to have so many tools, these different traditions, to find a way to integrate them into my own healing practices. And I think that many of us here on Healing Our Earth had that experience. And I would like to bring in Amalia, Dr. Wai Ching, because she's also a wonderful Qigong practitioner, and I'm sure she has some very interesting questions for you.
Yippee.
It's so nice to see Roger. We just last week, right, Roger, in the same on a different
Yes.
platform. Yes, we were. So, I have a million questions for Roger and none. So
Start with one.
yeah. Isn't that very Taoist, Roger? The many paths, the many ways, and the 1,000 questions. And so, how do you feel about your dance then? Since I like that you called it your dance, your ritual dance. And I actually would be very interested to know more about your ritual dance, as I have one too, that interweaves all these different techniques. And so your Kung Fu dance, yes. Your
Yes,
Kung Fu
okay,
dance
so
with your Qigong and everything else.
the concept of dance is to utilize the body in ways that we don't usually. So we're not driving our car, we're not sitting and watching television, we're not answering texts, or we're not writing a book, we're not doing an interview. The dance that happens in our life happens in time that is set aside, or that spontaneously arises. So I might go on a walk and not particularly have a plan to stop and do Tai Chi, but then I get into this place where I think, wow, don't walk away from this place. Settle and see what arises. And so Kung Fu, Qigong, Tai Chi might arise. Typically not yoga, right? Because usually yoga is done with a mat, and sometimes you need to have an outfit and so forth. Not necessarily, of course. And so I don't need to change my clothes. All I need to do is be in a certain mindset that allows me to notice that I'm in this profound moment of the intersection of my awareness, the nature, and the fact that I have time. I set aside time to go on a walk. So I'm now, but then, we used to have something called Dance Away here in Santa Barbara, where I live, which was basically a place where all the hip types went to just rock their buns. And, and there was somebody playing music, and there were all these people there, and you were not necessarily dancing with anyone. And so then there's the whole idea of, I have a very strong relationship with some shamanic characters from the Native American version, and being in a circle and telling stories. And then there would be these times when we would just stand and shuffle in a circle. With the circle dance is a dance that is present in every culture, perhaps except for our own, for all the tragic reasons. And so when I say personal dance ritual, what I mean is that there's this, an opening. Sometimes Rebecca, my wife, and I dance. We have something called the weekend in the middle of the week, which happens on Tuesday. And so, sometimes we go on a walk, sometimes we dance. And my personal daily ritual that is infused into time that is open, that I declare as open time, and it's there every day. And when people say, well, I want to have an appointment with you on the phone, could you meet me, at 10 or 9 or 10 o'clock your time? No, I can meet you at 11 o'clock, because from the time that I wake up to the time that I would take that 11 o'clock call, that's my tea time. I hope everybody is hydrating. And it's my Kung Fu time. It's a time when I do make some compost on a regular basis. I'm involved for about a year now. Rebecca and I have been drinking celery juice every morning. And, we have a kind of intermittent fasting type relationship with nourishment. And so that time from when I get up at 6 or 6:30 or 7 till 11 o'clock is loaded with, me time, shall we call it. And a portion of that is for the stretching. And I do stretching in an interesting sort of way. I hold weights in my hands, and I have weights on my ankles, and I'm doing yoga with weights. So I'm kind of like multitasking, if you know what I mean. And then I go for a little hike into a forest that's right over there, to a spot in the forest where I do my Qigong and Tai Chi and Kung Fu. And I weave that all. It has to do with, how much time do I have? And usually I have at the absolute minimum a half an hour. And sometimes I get swept up into it, and it goes to 2 hours. And Kung Fu is a kind of like, I'm not a boxer, I'm not interested in being in a fight. It's just the kind of jumping around and swirling, and in a way, we use a sword sometimes, and that sword doesn't represent I'm going to kill someone. That sword is for cutting the attachments to the trauma that has arisen as a part of either destiny, karma, bum relationships, and so forth. So the very, very, very short answer to your question is that I have invited myself. And by the way, I just want to say this, and I know that it'll probably be the wrong thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. That guru is here. That guru is here. Now, maybe there are people who do not ever have a palpable experience of the presence of the light within themselves. But I have personally, by my destiny, by a mathematical system that cannot be calculated by the human mind, have been granted the presence of an internal direct connection with divine guidance and information and so forth. So I've basically accepted the invitation to develop my personal ritual and to believe that it's relevant and to give it a place in my life. So this is me now asking everyone who's listening, or inviting everyone who's listening, to consider the possibility that by developing a personal ritual that happens on a regular basis, you're tapping in. And that tapping in experience that you have will guide you and take you all the way. And may I say, namaste, amen. And I'm a little cautious about ever saying those kinds of things because, well, anyway.
Yes, it's interesting. My husband said to me once, because we call it practice. He said, well, when are you going to stop practicing and just be realized? So, so that's, I want to talk about.
He didn't say be realistic, right? He only said be real.
He said be realized. So I want to talk about the emotional content, the inner alchemy aspect of Qigong, because I find it fascinating and so helpful. So give us some insight into how Qigong, the practices, the kinds of practices that will help us work with all the trauma and the issues that we're particularly now facing more than ever.
Yes, indeed. So first of all, just the stress that accumulates in the body from what? Well, from concern and fear about certain things, but that's actually, I don't know if over time people have, gotten less and less afraid, and they've developed a strategy. So some people have a strategy of a medical pathway. Some people have a strategy of a personal, just radical internal nourishment process, nourishment of the body, nourishment of the heart and the emotions, nourishment of the mind and the intellect. And I'll just say, and maybe it's not true for everybody, but I'll just say that it's very commonly true. And as a doctor of Chinese medicine with many, many years in clinical practice, I know this is true for a lot of people because I've been very, very present with a lot of people. And the most profound stress is something that people carry as memory. And so traumatic memory, or the other ones have to do with not fulfilling on our ideals or dreams. So when a person says, I would like to do this, and then they don't do it, or they try to do it and it doesn't work out, these are very, very stressful experiences for people. And it gets locked into the system. And if we've grown up in certain types of families, those what we would call not very hospitable family moments carry along, and so forth. And so what we're looking for, and when I say what we are looking for, what I mean is I'm pretty sure that almost everyone in the world is looking for a freedom from that sense of hysteria or self-judgment or carrying relationships wherein there's parties who are unforgiven. And so what can we do? And of course, yoga, meditation, Qigong, etc., are methods. But how does it work? What is it that's happening? And remember, we talked about the three treasures. So it's the treasure of the body. And and a medicine that we make, that we can make. And in fact, for most of our lives, we are spontaneously making the natural medicine of the human system. Ask yourself the question, when did I lose my health and for how long? And if you lost your health because you had a cold or the flu or some other kind of transient acute disorder, that isn't really losing your health. That's actually making you stronger. Every time you have an opportunity to defend yourself, and I'm not talking about natural immunity, and I'm not talking about pharmaceutical immunity, I'm talking about innate immunity. Every time we get a little sick and then get better, we're building up the strength of the innate immune capacity. Point is that we're making medicine for the body all the time. When you put food into your mouth and water into your mouth and sleep for your brain and your nervous system, and when you put breath practice into your system, and you develop a purposefulness around the process of cultivation, what the Chinese call cultivation. Yoga is cultivation, meditation is cultivation, nutrition is cultivation, relationships, where we listen carefully instead of judging. That's all cultivation. And so the concept is make medicine. We naturally make medicine for the body. How can we increase that? Well, what I mean is elixir. You said alchemy, so now we're talking about elixirs, not just chemistry, but highly refined. Oh my gosh. And by the way, I'm showing my fingernails are dirty and I've been composting like crazy. So I hope you won't mind. And so the concept of making a medicine for the sustainability of the well-being of the body is that there are things we do. And we know what those things are. The Chinese call this yang sheng. Yang sheng is what can you do to nourish and sustain your aliveness. It's pretty much like the self-care aspect of Ayurvedic medicine. Sleep, hydration, nutrition, all that stuff. Stress management, exposure to nature, yang sheng. For the emotional self, the practice, these things are all linking up. So unless you're distracted. The distracted practitioner, of course, is doing something else. They might be waving their hands around, they might be stretching in yoga, but if they're worrying about the price of gold or Bitcoin or somebody that did them wrong, then they're not really in the practice as the practice would be described by Patanjali or by Lao Tzu or any of the other great transcendental teachers that we all, just thoroughly appreciate. So the heart and the mind in Chinese culture, the heart and the mind are not separate. They are two parts of one thing. And haven't you ever had the experience of where your mind says and your intellect, because of all that you've learned and people have told you and you've bought into, say, well, I should do this thing. But then your intuition is saying this other thing. So how do you get the heart and the mind to be one? Well, the heart and the mind are one. And so studying and practicing and experiencing how to bring the heart and the mind into balance, that image right there is the heart is like the water and the mind is like the fire of the cosmos merging in what the Chinese call Tai Chi, not an exercise or a martial art. It's a cosmological phenomena that's present within our own being. And so to be able to manage our emotions, we have the opportunity to create a body vitality and a heart-mind harmony, which can easily be accomplished by simply entering into the present, no, not the past, not the future, but the present. The present has no content. The present has no memory. The present, in the present, if you're being present, you're not in an emergency. Any emergency that you might be experiencing is an emergency from your past that you're remembering, or an emergency that you're imagining from your future, which you're imagining. Neither one is present. So in the presence of presence, the three treasures become coherent. So if the body's vital enough to be alive and breathe and not even move, meditation is a kind of this type of practice. And if the heart and the mind are not distracted, then all the doors open for the infusion of the transcendental nature. Now, sometimes people say that transcendental nature is inherent within our being. Other times people say that the transcendental nature gets squeezed out into a larger field by tension and stress and concern and consideration and judgment of oneself and judgment of others, and the inability to forgive, including not forgiving ourselves. So as shall we say, as we close up, there's all these theories. Either the spirit is driven deep, or the spirit is actually squeezed out into a larger field. And in either case, it doesn't really matter where the spirit went, or how deep it's buried. What matters is, do you know how to relax? And the Chinese, when they say relax, they don't mean just simply drop your shoulders. They mean release your relationship with the things that you keep thinking about that bother you. So it isn't just relaxing, it's relaxing and releasing. And in fact, it's hard to fully relax unless you release. Again, out of the past, out of the future, into the present, opens channels, opens chakras, opens, the Chinese call the chakras dantian, elixir fields, and the presence or the radiance of the spirit is invited forward. So your question was, what do we do about emotions? I personally, as a doctor of Chinese medicine, have studied the 5 elements and all the different ideas about how the lungs are associated with grief and the kidneys are associated with fear. I think that's a very fine set of beautiful metaphors. But my experience is that it's all about personal presence. It's all about the will. By the way, the will is very powerful in all of this, because if you can manage to get a hold of your will, which is very different than your imagination or your aspiration, will is focus. And when we get a hold of ourselves with our will enough to be able to actually have a practice, and then during that practice, we have the what would you call it? It's like I'm jazzed about the whole idea of releasing memory and projection, bring myself into radical presence. And with the infusion of the spirit, and think to yourself, who are all the great gurus that we know of? And so many of those characters have actually carried immense personal pain. And, Jesus is a great example of someone who basically went through a massive amount of pain to reunite with the unified field, or with his father, or whatever you like to say about that. And so what I'm saying is that the solution is to reunite with the aspect of ourself, which is eternal and out of time. And I don't mean, hey, you're out of time. What I mean is you're no longer in the dimensional world, or you're no longer limited to the dimensional world. And there's a beautiful phrase from alchemy, and it goes like this: within my own being, there is an aspect of myself which is eternally well, that cannot get sick and does not die. And so when we get pretty good at yoga or qigong or any kind of personal ritual for association with our essential nature, then we're spontaneously fearless. And we're spontaneously aware of the fact that if something didn't work out, it's not our fault. And we're spontaneously able to navigate all of the complexity of the dimensional world and all the relationships and the expectations, including our own self-expectation. It's a, and to be able to accomplish that, you have to have a practice. And if you can't do it without some help from somebody, then you must find a teacher. And most people don't even care. Most people don't really even know that it's possible to have a less hysterical or a less concerned experience. Back to you, Sharon.
Wow. As always, Roger. So profound. So profound. We often talked about this text called The Secret of the Golden Flower, since we're on the subject of the nature of mind today.
Yippee, I love that one too.
and I first really heard about it from you when we were doing some interviews. So, and it's a really melding of the Buddhist and the Taoist tradition. So I thought it'd be interesting for our audience to hear about that specific teaching, because it's so rich and so beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. You are so right, and I'm so glad you're asking about it. And as a preface to this, allow me to say that in the spring, the snow melts and the valleys are open, and the back and forth through those immense mountains on what sometimes is called the Silk Road, the Chinese and the people from the Himalayan countries and India and even Pakistan and Afghanistan and even over into Iran, they're going at it all the time. And so I want to be sure that we don't get caught in the idea that the Chinese figured this all out, or that the people in India figured this all out, or that the people in Tibet figured this all out, or that the people in Iran or the Persians figured this all out. These people were talking to each other all the time. And so when you get to a culture that starts to draw a line around itself and have battles for borders and so forth, what happens is that these shared values get infused into local, in the earliest times, tribal storytelling. And so the Taoist story is the sort of shamanic tribal Chinese story. And the Buddhist story it's interesting because that's Buddhism is a reformation of, somebody said, hey, all these priests and stuff are driving me crazy. I want to go straight to God. Buddha shows up. And so then somehow the Buddhism arrives in China, and it becomes very non-Indian and takes on very Chinese qualities under the influence of Taoism. And there's another stream that's in The Secret of the Golden Flower, and that's Confucius. And Confucius was very into family and orderly society. And Buddhism is into clearing consciousness of illusion. And Taoism is associated with merging with nature. And I don't mean just trees and lakes and oceans and clouds. I mean the multiverse. And there's lots in all Taoist literature about the transcendental side of things. And in Buddhism, they call it silocosms. You know, it's not 5 cosmoses, it's not 10 cosmoses, it's a silocosmos. Well, what the hell is that? I mean, that's an endless number of cosmoses. And so Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism all share this big idea for the nature of a person, and the big idea of the nature of a family, and the big idea for the nature of a community, and a big idea for the nature of a nation, and typically a big idea for the nature of the human race. And so they all had their ways of describing these things. And so the Taoists have their, you know, they're super into water and clouds. And the Buddhists are into, you know, emptiness and closing the ears and the eyes and the nose and the mouth. And, you know, like the monkeys do, you know, the close your eyes, close your ears, close your nose, close your mouth monkeys. And the Confucianists were into music and dancing and rituals. And they were all into this thing called the I Ching, the I Ching being a kind of like an ancient Bible from the Chinese that had a lot to do with being prepared for the things that happen in your life and so forth. And so The Secret of the Golden Flower weaves these three, these, by the way, are called 3 treasures. So we have 3 treasures of the body, mind, and spirit. We got the 3 treasures of the body focus, the breath focus, and the mind focus. We have the 3 treasures of the yin below and the yang above and the Tai Chi in between. We are Tai Chi, by the way. And we have the 3 treasures of the Tao and the jewels of the Buddhist way and all the framework of the Confucians. And so The Secret of the Golden Flower melts that all into one thing. And basically, I think my favorite, absolute favorite line, and by the way, it's a little tiny book, but it's not an easy book to read because there's a lot in there that doesn't seem to make much sense to the typical, you know, mind of contemporary mind. But if you're very careful as you read, you'll find, oh, I think I can relate to that. That's huge. I think I can relate to that. That's huge. In fact, I have 3 copies of this book. And in one copy, I've actually just closed out the parts that I don't understand so that I can read without distraction the parts that I feel like I do understand. So my favorite idea is this. The basis of the whole concept is called circulating the light. Circulating the light. Now there's 2 views on circulating the light, and they can both be true. One is that you're circulating universal energy in the form of every kind of energy that's circulating in the body, including light. And there's plenty of science on the fact that the cells actually produce photons and so forth. It's absolutely amazing. And the other is that the light is called light in this particular book, or we're circulating our intent. And, both are fantastic. And so how do we do that? And you do that by closing your eyes, closing your ears, closing your nose, and closing your mouth metaphorically, so that there's no information. And then from the outside world, and then you go in and make your way through all of the forgivenesses and all the, like, wait a minute, I'm caught in the past right now because my former wife did me wrong, or whatever that might be. And to be able to navigate, and there's a beautiful, beautiful phrase, it's in a different Taoist text, that says the cultivator will spy out. And then it says distraction, judgment, the lack of forgiveness, assumptions of other people that I've taken on, which may or may not be true. So the cultivator will spy out these aspects of their mind. And then it says, and will catch them. And the whole idea is that you catch yourself being distracted. And so when we do this process of working our way through to aligning the body self, the heart mind self, and the spiritual self in coherence, then you're sort of in that golden ground. That's what the golden flower is that when the coherence of the body function, the mental emotional function, and the transcendental function are coherent, that is the golden flower blooming. It's also called the golden elixir. And meaning that you've made the medicine of eternal transcendental healing, which is based on that idea of there's an aspect of myself that's eternally well, it cannot get sick, and it does not die, that you've accomplished that. Okay, now that's the foundation. Gorgeous. Oh my gosh, how beautiful is that? Then here's one of the declarations that is made in The Secret of the Golden Flower. And it goes like this. Turning the light around, or circulating the light within our own being, is not just circulating the light of consciousness and chi in one being. It is, in fact, turning the light of consciousness in the world. And I just get like goosebumps every time I say that, because one of the things that people say is, well, what can I do? Because I don't want to go and shout in the street. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to get a new job. What can I do? Well, you can turn your consciousness inward and become a part of how the world, and remember, the world is not 4 dimensions. The world is a silicosm. It's a multiverse. I'll just say one more thing. There's another text from China, which is one of the 2,500-year-old texts, which says this. And it goes like this. When you develop the capacity for surrender, you express a spiritual brilliance. And when you develop the capacity for surrender and express this naturally generated internal brilliance of your own being, reflecting probably the presence of your eternal self and the lack of fear, the next line goes like this. You are a world savior. So the idea is that when we surrender to that which is naturally arising, we cultivate the capacity to align the chakras, 7 chakras, 3 chakras, 3 dantians from the Chinese, doesn't matter, 3 treasures, body, mind, and spirit. coherence occurs. And in the presence of coherence, fearlessness is guaranteed. And in the presence of fearlessness, we are actually healing the world. Damn, that is gorgeous.
That is. And we would love it if you would lead us on the meditation.
Sure. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that we're probably almost out of time. So yeah, let's do that. So what we're going to do is one of the beautiful things about Qigong is that it allows you to move while you're trying to center yourself. Typically, we would get up and do this standing, but let's just do it sitting. And I'm going to do basically a 3 treasures meditation. And the 3 treasures meditation is simply to acknowledge the medicine of the body, which is the elixir field around the belly button, to acknowledge the elixir of the heart, mind, the intellect, and the feelings. And isn't it interesting that there's 2 words for feeling? I sensory feel and I emotionally feel. Just kind of cool, using the same word at the heart level. And then I'm going to bring my attention to the transcendental opening, or whatever you want to call that. Because some people say that you are the universe. So why would the spiritual aspect of yourself be outside of you? Right? I mean, if that's if your concept is I am the universe, then my spirit is never out there. It's always in here. So how we do this, I'm going to back up just a little bit, is, align yourself between heaven and earth and acknowledge the fact that you have a body, acknowledge that you have a spirit, acknowledge that you have a heart mind between the body and the spirit. It's a merging place. I'm going to play my gong just one time to kind of set us up here. And then bring your attention to the idea that consciousness is light, and bring yourself to a presence that reflects the idea that the universe is in you and outside of you. It's a little easier sometimes for people to imagine that what they're missing is outside of themselves. And so we're going to use that because it's a very common kind of concept. And if you can figure out how to do what I'm doing by not going outside of yourself, then that's a pretty high level of cultivation. So there's a gesture, and it goes like this. I'm going to reach out with my hands as if I'm selecting something of profound, we'll just call it that. And then I'm going to ingest it. And so my first reach is going to be towards the earth, but kind of out there. So I'm looking out a window and there's some ground right there. You could also go down and do this, but I want you to be able to see my hands. So I'm reaching towards the earth and I'm grasping something precious, something marvelous. And then I'm bringing that to be ingested So I'm going to do it again. I'm going to reach towards the earth, and I'm going to breathe in as I'm doing this. Grasp something precious. Breathe in, ingest it. And when we exhale, it's like we're circulating it throughout the body. And if you're into breath practice, you know that on the exhalation, there's a lot that goes on in the human body. One more time to the earth. And the gesture gives us an opportunity to have a present moment focus that engages the body, ingesting the profound essence of earth energy into my being. And now I'm going to reach lateral to the biofield. That's going to be trees, animals, etc., birds, fishes, that whole part of the world, and grasp, just like very gently grasping something precious. Big breath in to here, now exhaling. And as you exhale, it's like you're digesting and circulating the chi of the living things. Let's do it again. And exhaling now. And then reach towards the boundless sky. Not the local sky, not the blue sky, not even the starry sky, but the multiverse, timeless, boundless. We're going to do that 2 more times. Reaching towards the boundless sky. You could think stars and planets and galaxies and super galaxies, and into the entire memory of the cosmos, sometimes called Akasha, and digesting that. One more, reaching, as if you're getting something that's beyond price. You could not buy it. You can only, over time, develop the capacity to have it for free. And then when I get to my belly, I'll stand for just a moment. I'm going to make some circles. So I'm here, come down, belly button, make circles. I'm going to go 3 times in one direction, and then I'm going to go 3 times in the other direction. And the idea here is that we're embodying, bringing the cosmic awareness into the body, bringing harmony and balance of the heart and mind into the behavioral self. And then allow your hands to rest on your belly button and lengthen your spine. Let's take another deep breath. And exhale very slowly, very slowly. Notice what you're feeling. Turn your attention inward. Notice what you're feeling. Body feeling as well as emotional feeling. And then we'll close. And closing goes like this. It's pretty much very similar. Just reach around, gather, and it's like you're bathing yourself in the powers of nature and sending those powers into your organs, into your chi and prana channels, and even into the marrow of the bones to be stored like a force, like electricity in a battery. One more deep breath. Exhale slowly. Yeah, something like that.
You're on mute, dear Sharon. So thank you. That was wonderful. That was so nice. Very relaxing as well. Dr. Janke or Yanke?
The first one is closer.
Janke. Oh, beautiful. It's Roger, right? I heard.
Correct.
Very nice. Amazing. Really amazing information that you shared with all of us. It's really great. And you seem to, again, have so much wisdom in you, and you have probably all your life gathered so much knowledge. And I know it's probably difficult to put it all into 1 hour because there's so much that you could share. But what you shared were just so beautiful, you know, such brilliant insights into so many things. Amazing. Thank you for that.
And, you know, the thing that we didn't talk about, and we can certainly talk about another time, is the practical application to economy. I won't say politics, I'll say economy. Because when people learn even the simplest level of Qigong, where they're not really cultivating at all, they're just going to a class. But when a person learns how to take better care of themselves, they get a feeling. And when they have that feeling, then they have a thought. And when they have a thought, then they make a choice. And over time, people become very sensitive to things like the foods that dull their mind. And so then they're making better choices. And one of the things that we say is the most profound medicine is produced within the human body for no cost. So if you lived in a society like I live in a place called America, currently called America. It could end up being a number of different countries like Europe. I think that'd be kind of interesting. It's a good time for that, I think. But we're here in America and we spend $3.5 trillion American dollars every year on something called health care. And of course, what it really is treating chronic diseases that are caused when people are panicked and feeding themselves with stuff out of cans and boxes all the time. And so it's a self-perpetuating cycle where we can get you nervous enough so that you can't think. They use lots of drugs. And I don't mean drugs that light you up. I mean drugs that bring you down and make it so you can't think. So then you just reach for whatever you can, and like potato chips and just all the crap that people eat. And now you're basically fueling chronic disease. And so now you need to go to the doctor because you don't know anything about how to take care of yourself. And of course, they recommend that you take some drugs. And so now you're in a cycle that most people cannot get out of, when actually, if it were true that the most profound medicine is produced within the human body for free and everybody did that, then we would be saving $3.5 trillion, not million, trillion dollars a year. Now, let me say one more thing about this, just so we get it in here. The war that this country shamefully has carried on since 2001. The cost of that entire thing is about $4 trillion. $4 trillion. 20 years, $4 trillion. Healthcare in America, almost $4 trillion every year.
Probably very good for the pharmaceutical companies, right? And probably they probably wouldn't like to find all these natural cures anyway. It wouldn't be for their benefit. But that's a different subject altogether as well. But what you mentioned is a very powerful thing, because actually we are getting our whole population is getting more and more ill. Their health is deteriorating. We're getting very, very lazy. We're very inactive nowadays. There's so many things, and the preservatives and things that are being added to our foods, cans, like you mentioned, loads of fast foods, with the stress that gets added to everything. It's just so much is being actually just, put onto our bodies, which I think it has such an adverse effect. So what you're talking about is something very, very powerful, because it's the opposite. You're actually nourishing yourself. You're actually clearing yourself from all these toxins. And not just that, you're building your immune system and a protective field around you to prevent all these things to harm you, So I can understand. It's very powerful. Yeah,
Thank you,
it's
honey.
very
Fun to meet you, honey.
It's absolutely a delight to meet you, and we look forward to bringing you on board again next time, Roger. Maybe I'll get a chance to ask you many more questions then and interrogate you again with some more questions, which will be fantastic.
We'd like to know, how do people get in touch with you, Roger?
Yeah, so the first thing I think would be to let me spell my last name. So my first name is Roger, and my last name is Jahnke. So if you go to Facebook, you go to Instagram, you go to LinkedIn, you go to YouTube, I can be found. My name is kind of unique. So if you use the Roger with the Jahnke, that's a really good one. And then our website is iiqtc.org. Pretty easy. iiqtc.org. That's basically the initials for the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi. Facebook, let's be friends. We've got like a whole bunch of Facebook groups. One is called the Tai Chi and Qigong Way. Spell Qigong with a Q, Qigong, the Tai Chi and Qigong Way. And at our website, you can find a click. You just look around, you'll find it. We have what's called the free Qigong library. And there's a whole library of documents and videos and some keynote lectures and so forth there. Jahnke. Thanks, Sharon.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Amalia, as well, for joining us here today. Thank you for hosting and being such an amazing host, Sharon. And thank you for being our amazing guest, dear Roger. Thank you, Dr.
My
Jahnke.
pleasure.
Thank you. Have a lovely day and a global namaste to all of you. And thank you for joining us here today.
Take care.
Thank you. So Sharon and Amalia, maybe I can have you here for a little bit, because we're going to finish off with a lovely meditation session for all of us. And maybe Seema and Lakshmi ji may want to join us as well if they wish to come and join us. And we can finish off with a lovely, relaxing, a happiness meditation. Something that we probably need nowadays with so much stress going on in the world. So may I request, perhaps if Lakshmi ji and Seema ji want to join us, then please join us online here. And the rest of you who are sitting outside and watching right now, we're coming to an amazing end of our lovely program. I just wanted to say a very big thank you to all those contributors, all the wonderful people who came on board, shared their lovely yoga exercises and meditation knowledge. Of course, all the hosts, they came on board to support as well for today, like Sharon, Amalia, our special panel guests as well. So it's been absolutely amazing. What a fantastic day we've had today. Of course, our future projects that are happening, as we mentioned, next week we have the wellness event happening from 2 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And that's going to be really, really great. You will get some amazing guests who will be sharing some knowledge, some tips and advice on how to improve your life as well. And apart from that, we have the COP26 event happening on the 5th of of December. That's also equally important because it's really important to protect our climate, appreciate nature, appreciate the environment. So it would be wonderful to see you here and joining us on the 5th of December. So with that, let's move on for a lovely little meditation session. Sharon and Amalia, are you ready for a little meditation session for today?
I would love it. I'll have to listen while I'm driving because I have a 4-hour drive, and to get home before dark, I don't want to drive in the dark in the mountains. I have to leave now. So I'll be tuning in via my phone.
I look forward to it, but do not meditate whilst you're driving. It's not safe for you. So we love you lots, my dear sister Sharon. Enjoy your day and enjoy your travels back. And thank you for joining us today. We will now be moving on for a special meditation. Hello and good global namaste to Lakshmi ji. Hello. I hope your COP26 event very well. Did it go well, dear Lakshmi ji?
It went well. I was not present at Scotland because we had too many other work that we was committed to do. So of course I have been following all what happened in Scotland. And in the next meeting, we are going to take up some of these issues, especially, the 1.5 degree temperature of the Earth, which needs to be maintained. So how are we going to do this? This is one of the most important, pertinent question. And the second one is the fossil and fuel. How are we going to manage the fossil fuel so that, we'll attain this 1.5 temperature? So this is what we are going to wait for.
Yes, so there is quite a lot happening, isn't it? But I also wanted to congratulate you. Here it is, a COP26 event. I think we're going to find out a lot more about everything that's going on the 5th of December. So for the rest of our global audience members, our family that's watching from around the world, do join us because I think we're going to find some really important, interesting things there. But I also wanted to share something because Lakshmi ji, you took part in the Billion Seed Challenge that Healing Our Earth was involved in. And we just wanted to say a big congratulations to you for coming on board, as well as all the rest of the members who came on board to support us with the Billion Seed Challenge. That was mainly to bring attention to the COP26 event that's happening, and also to be able to appreciate the beauty of nature, the beauty of our environment, and to appreciate that as well. And I just have a little surprise for you that I would love to share, actually, and it'd be really great to show you. This was, of course, our Billion Seed Challenge that we did. So I just wanted to say that our dear Lakshmi ji was really amazing because she ended up sending us a lovely photograph of her taking part in the Billion Seed Challenge. Of course, Healing Our Earth was one of our charities and organizations that came on board and supported this whole event. So thank you to Healing Our Earth and, of course, all those who took part with this Billion Seed Challenge. We also had Seva Day Charity, which also came on board to support us. Seeds of Italy came on board to sponsor some of the seeds, which we shared, and we distributed to various different charities. So we had St. Francis Hospice, Cancer Research UK. We also had the Group of Good Deeds. All these charities came on board and we gave them the seeds that were sponsored, and they then distributed them amongst all their members as well, which was really, really fantastic. And then as we went on, as we said, here was when I went along and distributed all these seeds to the different charity shops. He was David Johnson, who of course ended up doing all the planting as well. David Johnson is the president of the Rotary Club, and that's Rotary Club of London, which I'm a member of. And then from there, here's our vice president, Ian Balcom, who's also a part of our Rotary Club of London. And then we see somebody, oh, that's me, of course, they can probably recognize planting all the seeds there. But here comes our wonderful, interesting Lakshmi ji. So Lakshmi Vyas was also involved, of course, as the president of the Hindu Forum of Europe, who came on board and supported us. We also had Dr. Kapoor, who's Deepak Kapoor from India, who also took part. Even though he's not in the UK, he said he would like to be part of our Healing Our Earth campaign. So he was one of the people, and there were many, many others, but I just thought there was Stella Mushru, who's again another regular member of ours on Healing Our Earth and contributor. She's the presenter from New Sound Radio, who also came on board. So we had a fantastic time. We sent out some press releases as well around the whole of the media. Healing Our Earth helped us a lot. So thank you very much to Neil Kumar for being an amazing support, because he helped us distribute the press release to many different media outlets. Thank you for that. And we ended up getting some really amazing media coverage. One of it being, of course, here, the Rotary Club of London. It says brings together the community to celebrate the environment with the Billion Seeds Challenge. And there was our dear Lakshmiji in there as well. Her photo ended up getting selected from all the ones that we sent to them. So that was really amazing. And apart from that, of course, we had an interview to support this Billion Seed Challenge. For those of you who are with us, we were celebrating our 101st event of Healing Our Earth. And we had, of course, the president of Rotary Club joining us then. And of course, I always say to everyone, including ourselves, I always say a Rotary initiative, and this could be a Healing Our Earth initiative, is not only about getting results, but it's also about getting involved collectively, enjoying the journey, having fun, and creating some impact on any level. So this is what every single member in our whole of our Healing Our Earth is doing. So thank you for that. So here goes our things. I just want to congratulate you, Lakshmiji, for joining us and the rest of the people who took part in the Billion Seed Challenge. Thank you. And Healing Our Earth as well. Well done. Keep up the good work there. A team, I should say. So now we're going to move on to a lovely little meditation. Now, we've had a really great day, all talking about spirituality in terms of meditation and yoga. We've had a lot of practical exercises as well as a lot of information. So the people have shared knowledge. And now what I think it is about coming back into us, into ourselves. So maybe today, to finish off today's program, we could perhaps think about why happiness is so important. Why do we end up doing yoga and meditation? Why do we have to become fitter and healthier? And why don't people do this? Why do people not do this? And that's, I think that's that interesting part, that why can we not be disciplined enough to go out there to believe in all of this? There's a whole lot of people in the background here, please. Thank you. Yeah, so I hope, as I was mentioning, why do we not do this? We all watch these programs. We all sit there and think, yes, I must do more yoga. I must do more meditation. I have to improve myself as a person, as a human being. But why are we not disciplined enough to do this? So today, maybe we can go through a short meditation to start connecting with ourselves, of who we are as people. How do we bring out the best of ourselves? How do we believe in ourselves? And how do we bring on board better habits to improve us as individuals? Because as individuals, if we improve ourselves, you know for a fact that that will automatically have a huge impact on your family. And by having a really good, strong family, you know you're going to have a good impact on communities nearby, locally. And if you have good communities locally, you know nationally we become a strong nation. And if we become good, strong nations with good people individually, you know globally we're going to create a much better world together. So what I mean by that is each one of us is very important to create change in this world. So let's start off with one thing. The first thing we're going to think about is, hold on, responsibility. Why is responsibility so important first? Let's close our eyes and let's see if we can kind of relax, get into our relaxed mode, perhaps do a nice deep inhalation and exhale, just for the time being, to get yourself into the mood. Just deep breath. And just let all the stress flow out. Wherever you are today, whichever country you are, if you prefer sitting down on the floor, sitting on a chair, or lying down on a bed, just enjoy this last few minutes where we're going to enjoy a very powerful meditation. Let's go on an inner journey. And as you keep your eyes closed, I'd like you to imagine that the top of your head has become a lotus. And this lotus has 1,000 leaves. And each one of these leaves is like an aerial, which pulls down and pulls towards it energy from the whole of the universe. And the universe is completely filled with powerful prana, life force, chi, as we say, as Qigong masters would say. All this energy, just imagine that it's all being pulled towards you from the universe, entering into your body through your crown chakra, through these lotus leaves. And as it goes down into your body, this energy starts being distributed through all the energy centers in your body. Imagine every single nadi, as we say, every single energy pathway of yours getting filled with this beautiful energy. And wherever there's aches and pains, wherever there is any kind of perhaps illnesses, any kind of health issues, just imagine in your mind's eye that this energy is flowing and dissolving anything that is not good, anything that's preventing you from enjoying good health. And as it dissolves, the energy continues to just seep through all the different centers and pathways. And as you sit there quietly, you start feeling your whole body getting filled with this beautiful energy. This energy is made up of very high vibrations. So any negativity, negative thoughts, bad mood, hatred, frustration, depression, anxiety, stress, any kind of negative energies get dissolved, because positive energy always dissolves negative energy. So all these sort of negative thoughts and energies just get dissolved. Just imagine everything being dissolved and getting filled with a beautiful, loving, kind, compassionate, positive, optimistic energy. And as this energy is just continuously starting to flow around your body, it generates even more powerful, divine energy within your body that builds your immune system, that creates a strong protective layer around your body.
energy seeps out from your physical body into your aura. And this aura is a beautiful, round, colorful, energetic circle around your body. And this beautiful energy that's coming through your crown chakra goes through your body and starts seeping out into your aura, cleansing it, clearing it. Any dark patches in your aura, any weak spots in your aura get completely healed by this divine energy. Your aura is like a blanket, it protects you. So there should be no holes, no dark patches, no weak spots in your aura. So now you as a body starts shining bright. All your dark patches become bright, bright light. And as you start feeling relaxed, maybe feeling tingles in your palms, tingles on your crown, on the top of your head. You may find your body starting to relax. And we now remind ourselves of something very important. We remind ourselves, I am in charge of my happiness. I will not let anything outside of myself control me. I'm creating life that feels good on the inside. And it will turn into experiences that are good on the outside. And one thing you'll remember, this is not my responsibility. Other people's words, that's not your responsibility. Other people's mistakes, that's not your responsibility. Other people's beliefs, that's not your responsibility. Other people's actions, that's not your responsibility. And other people's ideas, that's not your responsibility. Any consequences of other people's actions, that's not your responsibility. But your responsibility is my words, my behavior, my actions, my efforts, my mistakes, my ideas, and the consequences of my actions. That is my responsibility. So if you do not meditate, if you do not do yoga exercises, if you don't do any kind of activities, that's your responsibility. But if you wish, you can use positive actions to create positive change. So now we're going to be going and doing a nice 20 affirmations to help you to create a more happier, healthier, more joyful, loving, what would you say, world for yourself. So number one, I'm open and ready to be positive. I'm open and ready to be positive. Positive in every situation. Number two,
I am in control of my feelings. I am in control of my feelings. If you wish, you can always feel better. If you wish, you can always uplift yourself. Number 3, no matter how hard it is, I can do it. No matter how hard it is, I can do it. So if you wanted to start your yoga practices from today, you may find it's a bit difficult because of time restrictions, family restrictions, but there is a way to do it, and you can do it. Number 4, I am smart. Yes, you have a divine spark in you. God has made you. You are unique. So always remind yourself, I am smart. Number 5, I deserve to be happy. Each and every single one of us deserves all the happiness that they can get, all the happiness that you yourself generate. So remind yourself that I deserve to be happy. Number 6, I believe in myself and my goals. Yes, I believe in myself and my goals. Your goals are important. Whatever goals you have in your life, they are important, and believe in yourself to make those goals manifest. Number 7, I am a kind person. That's right. Just remind yourself, I am a kind person, because you do try your best to be as kind as you can. And if you aren't for any reason, just remind yourself that you are a kind person. So be a bit more tolerant, be a bit more forgiving. Number 8, just remind yourself, obstacles help me to grow and learn. Obstacles help me to grow and learn. So anything that whatever you're experiencing right now, if you're going through any difficulties, just remember, obstacles help me to grow and learn. Number 9, I stand up for what I believe in. Nothing is right, nothing is wrong. So you definitely deserve to believe in whatever you believe in. So remind yourself, I stand up for what I believe in. If it doesn't hurt another person, if it's not doing bad to anyone, then why can you not have those beliefs? Number 10, I make good choices. That's right. I make good choices. Every decision we make shapes our future. Every decision you make will have some kind of impact. And therefore, we remind ourselves how important it is to make good choices. So I make good choices. Number 11, I have the power to be happy. As we know, I have the power to be happy. Just put a smile on your face and fake it till you make it, as they say. But you have the power to be happy. If something doesn't feel joyful, you can change. You have the power to say no. You have the power to change.
whatever you're doing that's bringing you sadness. So remind yourself, I have the power to be happy. Number 12, I can make a difference in this world. That's right. I can make a difference in this world. And you're doing that even today by being part of Healing Our Earth. Every little thing that you can do that creates good impact, that is making a difference. Number 13, I work hard. That's right. I work hard. You do. The efforts you put in, your dedication, your passion in looking after your family, looking after the work, or building your career, or helping charities, whatever you're doing, bringing your knowledge to the world. You do work hard. You work hard to the best of your ability. Number 14, I am honest. I am honest. Spiritual truths always talk about how honesty is very important. Ethics is very important. And truth and love is the most powerful, they say. So always remind yourself that I am honest. 15, I am grateful for what I have. Whatever you have, we should all be grateful. There are people out there in this world who are earning less than £2 a month, and not having access to water, which we just take for granted. So just remind yourself, I am grateful for what I have. Number 16, today I'm going to be my best self. Yes, today I'm going to become the best version of myself. So remember, the best you can be, why not be every single day? If you can cook a better dinner, then cook a better dinner. If you can do your meditation in a better way, why not do it in a better way, in the best way you can? Don't do anything half-heartedly. Do everything in the best way you can. Number 17, I am prepared to be successful. Yes, and why not? Each and every single one of you deserves all the success, because God showers each one of us with abundance and success. And it's up to us to take up those opportunities. It is up to us to manifest those goals and those dreams. So remember, I am prepared to be successful. Number 18, it's okay if I make mistakes. Remind yourself, it's okay if I make mistakes. Because if you didn't make mistakes, you will never learn. Even a baby who's trying to walk will try to get up and fall again and continue falling until it learns how to walk. So each one of us, that's part of evolution. So if you're making any mistakes or have made any mistakes, it's okay, let it go. Number 19, I like myself for who I am. Yes, remind yourself, I like myself for who I am. And this is really important for us to remember, because whoever you are, we don't need you to be like anyone else. We don't need you to be what everybody else wants you to be. You just be who you are, unique, a kind soul that is evolving and enjoying life, contributing, growing, doing what it's doing, being creative. So remind yourself, I like myself for who I am. Never try to be like someone else. You are you. Number 20, today is going to be a great day, and you have to remind yourself this every single morning. Today is going to be a great day, because whatever you expect from life, life will give to you.
you are actually co-creating and co-writing your destiny and your future with your thoughts, with your actions, with your deeds, your speech, whatever it is, you are actually creating and co-creating. So with this, I would like you to imagine that all that energy that's within you, let it dissolve anything that is preventing you from moving forward or preventing any of these affirmations to take place in your life. Let all that dark energy that's preventing you, causing obstacles, making you feel guilty, making you feel less than who you are, whatever the situation is, let all that energy just dissolve like black smoke, just kind of coming out of that lovely body and that lovely aura of yours, bright, beautiful aura of yours. And let it just dissolve away. And we are now left with a very bright golden colored light all the way around you. And that golden light is a divine light, part of the divinity, as we say. And before we finish off this meditation, just think within yourself, what are the 3 things you can do to make your life a better life? What are the 3 things you can do that can make your life better? By improving yourself, by adding something new to your life, by changing a habit perhaps. Imagine 3 things you can do right today that will have a huge impact in your future. And decide today within yourself to make that happen. Sometimes one little thing can have a profound effect in your future. By us walking for 15 minutes every single day will have a huge impact on us 20 years down the line. So one thing and one decision you make could have a huge impact in your future. So these 3 things, take them back with you. Now we slowly imagine that that lovely lotus flower on top of our head is closing again. And you can feel this beautiful energy on top of your head where the crown chakra is, because your crown chakra has been activated. And imagine in your mind's eye, your whole body is fully relaxed. Every single muscle has been relaxed, like a pressure cooker. All the stress has just come out of that body. And you feel light, bright. And very soon, when we open our eyes, you're going to be fully refreshed, revitalized, nourished, energized, feeling healthy, feeling powerful, and most of all, feeling extremely joyful, happy, and uplifted. So may I ask you to please take a couple of deep breaths.
Just sit silently for a minute. And to finish off with, we're going to say a very big thank you to all the gurus, the past gurus, the future gurus, and present gurus who are helping us, who are guiding us, who are providing spiritual knowledge to each and every one of us to become a better human being. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Whenever you're ready, please slowly open your eyes. And hopefully you're all feeling a little more refreshed. I can see Seema's just gone, which is beautiful to see. Lakshmiji just can't come out, so she's feeling, oh, look at that beautiful smile of hers. So how was that, everyone? Did you feel nicely relaxed? Did you enjoy the meditation? Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're now going to close today's event. Say a very big thank you to each and every single one of you, Lakshmi ji, Seema ji, Girish ji, our Amalia ji, and all our wonderful guests and our team members as well at Healing Our Earth. Don't forget that if you wish to perhaps do a little good in the world, you want to do a little bit extra, just one little thing you can do could have a huge impact. And all you need to do is just share Healing Our Earth, join our Facebook or join our Twitter, our Instagram, and tell your friends and family to do the same so they can come along and enjoy this wonderful educational, informational, and entertaining platform and learn and transform along with us, with the rest of us. It's a beautiful gift you can give to others. So thank you for that. So we're going to finish off with a little prayer, and we will see you next week once we finish our little prayer. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, honey. Well done. We are live. Girishji, maybe you can do Shanti Path, please. We are still live. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Enjoy your wonderful day and global namaste to everyone. Girishji, we're looking forward to your lovely, lovely Shanti Path. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, before I do the Shanti part, I like to share a thought of the day. Please take that with you. It's a very important. Happiness. Happiness is your choice. It's not a result. Nothing will make you happy until you choose to be happy. No person will make you happy unless you decide to be happy. Your happiness will not come to you until and unless you say, I am happy. So it is only comes from you. Your happiness is your asset. Your happiness is your blessing. And your happiness is your destiny. So cherish, make your world happy. And the world will be happy with you. Om Shanti. 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 बड़ा है सुख ये मंत्र मन है ओम शांति ओम शांति ओम शांति ये ध्वनि मंगल ध्वनि है ओम शांति 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 Thank you everyone. Namaskar.